think we're live. Just check a little tech here, see if anyone's going to join us. Alright. Hey, we've got a viewer. Oh my goodness. It looks like it's the designer of the game. I better do well or be on my best behavior. Hey Joe, nice to meet you. Alright. Stats went from 0 viewers. Oh, now we're up to 8 viewers. Okay. Well, I guess we better get started then. All right. Hello, everyone. This is my first attempt at doing some streaming here. I have not very much invested in this at all, but I just thought I'd try it out for some fun. We're going to play a little Leaving Earth tonight. Let's see. Try. How's that come up? That comes up on the camera there, pretty good. And we're going to have the Stations expansion in the mix. Stations there. Just some really quick background on this game. You may or may not have heard of it. It came out a few years back. I came across it when I was at I got cords going all over the place. I shouldn't have stood up. All right. Just to show you how ghetto this setup is here. Let's see. Switch to this camera. I've got my laptop going there. Got cords going to my different webcams here. Let's see. Webcam just up in the, there it is, up in the blinds there. And then I've got a little close-up cam here. So I saw this game at Golf Games. Let me set that down so you don't all get seasick. At a game convention out in let's see, where were we that year? It's an invite game convention run by Greg Schlosser. I think we were in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, if I remember right. No, not Louisville. Oh, doesn't matter. I came across the table and I saw some guys playing this game, and I took one look at that right there, seeing all these planets put together with cards making a map, and I knew nothing about the game at all. And I just fell absolutely in love with the idea. It's all about space exploration. It works great as a team game, as partners. I play it with my son co-op. It works great competitively. It works great as a solo game. I'm not really going to teach how to play the game. I'm just going to play, and there's lots of other videos out there, the rule book's available. You can read how to play the game, but it's not that complicated when it comes to mechanisms. But it's got a lot of depth to it, a lot of different things to explore. I'll warn you ahead of time, you have to not be afraid of a little basic arithmetic, or I should say a lot of basic arithmetic. The idea in this game is that we are exploring, in this version, the inner solar system. There is another expansion for the outer solar system called Outer Planets. I'm not playing with that today just to make things easy. But the idea is we're in the space race, and of course we are playing NASA, and we need to achieve the missions that our political leaders have set for us. There's a great big deck of different things we can do in the inner solar system, and we randomly shuffle these mission cards up here. And for those of you who know the game, in stations you always start with these two missions here, some kind of exploration or occupation card. We're using orbital occupation, or that's what was randomly dealt to us, so I need to get a human up in Earth orbit and keep them up there for as long as I can. Extraterrestrial life surveys in every game, and then we have some simple missions, medium missions, and then hard missions. And there's a little bit of glare there, but if you can look, all of those hard missions have to do with Mars, which I don't know the odds on that, but it's incredibly rare because it's a whole deck of missions and there's a lot of other things to do. When you have stations in the game, you want to there are some duplicate missions, so I drew 6 hard missions. They all had to do with Mars. 2 of them were duplicates. I took out the duplicates thinking I'd get something different, and the 2 cards I replaced it with were 2 more unique Mars missions. So this is going to be an interesting game. To win this game, I don't know if you noticed, but on those cards up there, there's a number of victory points. I need to get at least half of the victory points showing on the board into my hand. My space agency needs to get at least half the victory points to win this game. I'm going to try for all of them, since I can do a whole lot of them all at the same time. We'll see how that works. So obviously we're setting a big mission out to Mars. The rest of our missions up here are a lot of landers and surveys. We need to survey Mars, land on Mars, which we obviously will do to get all those big Mars missions. We need to send the lander out to Phobos, to Ceres, and we need to survey Venus. And then I do have a couple of missions to the moon, perform an experiment on the moon, bring it back to Earth, and get a man to the moon and back. I'm kind of going to leave that one off to the side just in case. We'll do it as we do other things. All right, looking at the chat here real quick. Video seems choppy, audio sounds good though. Okay. How's the video now that I'm not moving the camera around a whole bunch? Let's see, as I move back and forth, yeah, it is a little choppy as I move my head back and forth, but well, we'll go with what we have. I am streaming some Pandora in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. That shouldn't affect my upload speed at all. And I have no idea how my settings are for bandwidth, whether I'm capturing the right frame rate on my cameras, whether I'm uploading the right frame rate to Twitch. I don't know. I know that those words mean something to somebody. They don't mean anything to me right now. I'm just going to have some fun here, and we'll see how it goes. All right. I will try and check in on the chat every now and then, and see if any questions pop up. But otherwise, I'm just going to stream of consciousness, talk through what my thoughts are here. Oh, by the way, if anyone does know the game, I'm working with stations. There's a little bit of community discussion right now about a change to the printed materials for the shuttle and Daedalus components that come with stations. I'm going to be using what I believe is kind of a community consensus change to the shuttles and Daedalus. Here you can see it. There we go. There's there's a thread in the stations area, but the shuttle stays the same. Large fuel tanks are going to cost $6 million. I can't remember what the currency is. I think it's $1 million. So $6 million. They're going to have 6 mass. The Daedalus will provide 22 thrust. Fuel generators will be 1 mass. They do not require spare parts to generate their fuel. And then here's the payload table for the shuttle and Daedalus with these updated numbers here. I think this is where the community is leaning. I haven't seen Joe officially say that that's how it's going to be, but I think we're going there. Oh, and Joe says that looks like the official change we're going to be printing up. Okay, good to hear. Good to hear. I have played with that change once already, and it worked very well. I enjoyed it, and so I'm going to continue with that. All right, and no offense to Joe, I'm not going to use the printed money that came in the game. We generally use poker chips when we play. All right. Okay, OBS tells me the audio's back. Let's see if someone can tell me on the stream if the audio is back. Audio is back. All right. I'm not going to move anymore. I'm going to stay put. Nobody breathe. Let's see if this works. All right. Catching up with the chat. Okay. All right. So I am using poker chips. In stations, we get 30 every turn. So I like to set it to one side, and as I spend it, move it to the other side, and then reset. All right. Let me just set expectations for everyone. As you can clearly tell, I'm learning the tech side of things. I know the game pretty well, but I could certainly get something wrong. Feel free to jump in and correct me. I may or may not catch it, and if I don't, I'm going to keep playing and have fun because that's all I care about. Of course, I do want to get it right, and feel free to correct me there, but we'll see how that goes. All right, we are in 1956. I have 30 to spend. Okay, looking at the missions I've got out here, as I've said, Mars is a big deal. I've got both habitats out there, a habitat on Mars, which is going to require a ground habitat. I don't know how much of this is going to come in. And I'm going to need a space habitat, which I'm pretty much going to use as my vehicle to get there and back, since it protects from all radiation. That's a lot of mass. I have to do an experiment while I'm out there, so I'm going to need a science module. I'm going to, let's see, this doesn't matter to any of you, but I'm shifting some of the windows on my computer here so I can see the chat while I have other windows up as well. All right, and that way I can switch cameras easier. So go to the close-up camera. So I'm going to need to get a ground habitat out to Mars and a space habitat along the way. That's 14 mass just right there. We're going to need a science module to do it. We're certainly, well, not certainly, but I'm probably going to want a hydroponics module so I can make food along the way, rather than taking all the food with me that I need. I'm going to need an experiment for sure, and then I'm going to have to send an experiment back along with a sample return. So that's another mass, but just getting there, if I do this all in one big ship, which may not be the most effective way to do it, but we're looking at 10, well over 20 mass. And I could do it with difficulty 3 all the way there to Mars. Again, I apologize. Let's say I'm going to switch back to the main camera. You can't really see, but the way the game works, you have difficulty maneuvers. The difficulty out to Mars, if I go via the cycler, the worst difficulty I have is a 3 along the way. I may need to take a 5 based on time. That's just a long way to say I'm certainly going to need Saturns for this mission, or at least that's how I want to play it. I don't have access to protons because that's in a different expansion, but we'll be doing Saturns. And it's probably going to be Atlases for my booster rockets to get over once I've lifted everything up to Earth. There might be some need for Junos. Junos is a great way to test landing as a technology. But let's see, just right off the start here in 1956, I'm going to just get, let's see, I'm going to set these aside for now. I'm going to get a tech for Saturns. So there's my Saturn tech. All right, and make some room here for my techs and just pull the spacecraft out as I need them. So Saturn Tech needs 3 outcomes on it. I have shuffled these already. Set those there. I am, let's see, I did want to get, get orbital occupation going as quick as I can just to get money there, but that's human spaceflight. I need to test a few things before I can really take on human spaceflight. I kind of want to do the whole start of Empire Strikes Back maneuver and send a whole bunch of probe droids out throughout the solar system, kind of all at once. See how that goes. So to get those probes going, it's probably going to be Junos, just to push them across the different places they need to be. So I will spend another 10 on Juno Tech. And so that I can buy Juno rockets, and that's also a great thing to use your spare funds on. When you've got an extra $1 or $2, buy a Juno rocket or buy some food. Okay, and then for my last 10, probably another technology to test, or start buying some Junos. You know what, I'm going to buy some Junos and probes such that next turn I can send them up with a Saturn rocket and see if I get lucky. So a Saturn, one Saturn by itself will lift mass 5 to Earth orbit, and Junos and probes are pretty cheap. So let's see, $2 for a probe for sure. And then, you know what, it would be good to take a look at the moon, just to see if man on the moon and lunar experiment are even possible. It would also be good to see if there's life there, so that I can get extraterrestrial life survey out of the way. How much Junos do I need to send a probe to the moon? Well, I just have to get it into lunar flyby, which is only 1 Juno for that. So there's for a Juno. So that's for my lunar probe. And let me get Venus survey out of the way. Can I do that all at once? Let's see. To get up to Venus, it's a 3 and then 2. I don't need to land on Venus. I just need to survey it, which I can do from Venus flyby. So the cheap way, Juno-wise, to do that, I'd need to push the probe difficulty 2, which 1 Juno can do that. So let's see. There's $2 for my Venus probe. I'm going to make change with my 5 now and just plan on. There's 1 for the Juno to push me into flyby, and then to get across difficulty 3 is going to be 3 more Junos, and that will get me into interplanetary transfer. So there's my Venus probe. Now unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's more than 1 Saturn can do all at once. However, I could do just the Venus mission on a Saturn next turn and then save up for the others. Or, more effectively, I would put 2 Saturns together and lift all of this stuff up at once to survey the solar system. Because 2 Saturns together, a quick trick in this game to look at getting stuff up into your Earth orbit parking lot is look at the level 5, and 2 of the thing will lift that much to Earth orbit. The math works out across that. So 2 Saturns, difficulty 3, difficulty 5 can lift 20, Soyuz 7. 1 Atlas can lift 1 mass up all the way to Earth, or I should say 2 Atlases as a 2-stage rocket can get us up there. So one Saturn can lift 5 all the way straight, or I can two-stage Saturn to lift 20 up at once. I don't think I want to do that just yet, though, because that would risk a Saturn. If my first Saturn blows up, I lost a whole bunch of money on that second Saturn. So I've got $1 left here in 1956. I'm just going to buy another Juno for now, and that will end 1956 for me. All right, so just to, I always like to go through the steps here because sometimes I miss them and they do get more complicated as you have more technologies going. We took our turns here. Everything on Earth repairs for free. Astronauts need health, life support, food, and check for their mental health. I don't have any astronauts yet. I advance the time. So I like to do two things as I advance the time to remember where I'm at in case I forget, especially when you're playing with multiple players. As you advance the time, you take time markers off. I advance the calendar, and then I also change Pandora stations. I'm currently listening to the top hits of 1956, just for some atmosphere. I'm now going to go to the top hits of 1957. And there we go. Little Bitty Pretty One, Thurston Harris and the Sharps. You all probably can't hear that, which is a good thing, because then Twitch would mute my my playback. But it's fun to play this game as the soundtrack changes throughout the years. I wish I could give credit to the person who came up with this idea. I read it on a forum somewhere, and shout out to whoever did that. I've stolen the idea and love doing it myself. Okay, 1957. So we've advanced the time. Let me just show you all what I'm reading from here real quick. The bottom of the player aid cards. So I was taking my turns. Everything on Earth repairs for free. Astronauts need to check health, life support, food, and mental health. Advance the time, which I just did. Reset money. So I'm going to take my money and shift it back to the other side. Any start of year missions completed? No. And then we produce new food from a hydroponics module, fuel from a fuel generator. A ground habitat would get built. Take turns. Okay. So now we're back to taking turns. All right. Well, talked about going to Venus and the Moon. $15 million is enough for a Saturn, which I can now purchase since I have Saturn tech. By the way, I bought the Junos because I have Juno tech. The probes have no required tech on them. So I now have a Saturn. I spent 15. I've got 15 left over for malfunctions or successes. I think I'm going to light this candle and send my Venus mission off. I have enough to buy off a little bit. I have enough at least to get this up into Earth orbit. I'm planning on buying success and failure off my Saturns for sure, because I'm going to rely on them so much. My Junos, maybe, maybe not. But we're going to put a Saturn, so we've got a probe, and we already figured out that I need 4 Junos plus a Saturn to get there. Let me actually take a minute real quick. I said I wasn't going to teach the game, but just to show you this for later, I'll do a simple one. In Outer Planets, they have this nice little pads here to help you plan these maneuvers. I was able to do this one in my head, and once you get to know the game pretty well, you can do these short ones pretty well in your head, but the longer, more complicated ones, you need to do a worksheet. So let me just walk through that real quick. Our goal is to get a probe into Venus flyby. So Venus flyby, I'm writing Venus flyby right here. Let's see, is there? I can hold it up here. Unfortunately, I don't have a mount. I'll just show you here when I'm done writing. Venus flyby. I want a payload of 1 there. The difficulty to get there is difficulty 2, and that's coming from interplanetary transfer. Okay, so to get a payload of 1 across a difficulty of 2, I look at my difficulty 2 here. Which rockets can take a payload of 1 across that? Well, anything can do that. A Juno can do that, mass of 1 across difficulty 2. So to do that, I need 1 Juno. And then sometimes I'll write, that's going to be $1, and then its mass is 1, and so it is now payload for the previous maneuver. You always want to plan in reverse because things build up that way. So now my payload is 2. That Juno is payload. I can't use it until I get to that last maneuver. So it's just along for the ride. To get from interplanetary transfer to Venus flyby, let's see, here's the difficulty 2 maneuver I just pointed out. Right there. But to get to interplanetary transfer, I need to go from Earth orbit. So it's difficulty 3 from Earth orbit to get to interplanetary transfer. So that's difficulty 3. And now I realize what you all have been probably screaming at me all along the way. 3 Junos is not enough to do this because my payload is 2. So it's 6 Junos to get up there. Okay. Let's rethink this a little bit. The game state hasn't changed at all. I haven't launched anything. So I can't launch this Venus mission. That's why we plan things ahead. But anyway, so let's back up real quick. So just to finish out this planning. So I'm looking at difficulty 3 to lift a mass of 2. Well, 1 Juno can only do 1/3 of a mass, and so it would be 6 Junos to do 2. 1 Atlas would be an effective way to do it. If you look out here, let's see, the Daedalus was do it, and actually with our updated Daedalus it would do it. It's overkill because the Daedalus has more thrust now. But I'm not yet ready to commit to Daedalus technology. In fact, I wonder if I should have just skipped the Saturns to begin with and gone straight to shuttles. But no, we'll do this a little historically accurate. We'll probably bring shuttles in the game here in a little bit, but we'll start with our Saturns. Okay, so I don't want to wait for shuttle technology and Daedalus and all that, and I don't know if I'm going to use Atlas yet, so I'm probably still going to do the 6 Junos. The difference, 6 Junos is $6, whereas an Atlas would only be 5, and then it mass is 6, whereas an Atlas would only be 4. That's not it's a big difference because things compound, but at the same time it is a whole extra technology. If I can save $10 on the technology plus the purchase of the rockets and the testing of the rockets, that does save me a lot of money around. I don't know, my gut feel is I'm probably going to need Atlases though anyway. I'm not competing with anybody except the clock in this game. So it would either be my rockets to take payload 2 across difficulty 3 would either be 6 Junos or 1 Atlas. Atlas is a really good intermediate rocket for moving things around. But just to finish out, to get from IPT up to Earth orbit, so let's stick with what I have before I change. I may still change my mind, but if I did the 6 Junos, those 6 Junos are then payload, so I need a payload of 8 because that's a mass of 6 added to the 2 already, 8 to get to Earth orbit. And as we said, the Saturn isn't enough to do all of that at once. Otherwise, I need 2 Saturns. Oh, you know what? Maybe we'll get lucky. I'm just going to spend the rest of 1957 buying a second Saturn. Throw caution to the wind. For me to win this game with all the missions, I'm going to have to take a couple of shortcuts here, and maybe I blow some stuff up, but that's how we learn. So that's a second Saturn, which is now going to give me a whole lot of options and getting stuff up into our Earth parking lot. Alright, so all of 1957 was spent just buying 2 Saturns. Okay, just to finish out the example we were talking with before, payload of 8 up to Earth orbit. If I'm doing it all with Junos, there's 2 ways to do that. You can either go directly difficulty 8 here on Earth, difficulty 8 to Earth orbit, or much more common, you do a 2-stage rocket. You would stage difficulty 3 to suborbital space, and then difficulty 5 to Earth orbit. And that's why we look at the 5-row and the 3-row for our shortcuts here on how much payload to get up there. There's a few efficiencies you can get. It's not always 2 Saturns to get, the exact same payload, especially like if you're using Soyuzes. Sometimes it's more efficient to do 2 Atlases for one stage and a Soyuz for the other, but just the rule of thumb is double whatever you need to get up there. Okay, so 1957 is done. Just buying. It took a long time for our subcontractor to build those Saturns for us. Nothing to repair, no astronauts yet. Advance the time. 1958, which means no more bye-bye love from the Everly brothers. And now we go to 1958. Billy from Kathy Linden. All right. Okay, now I've got my 2 Saturns. I can take a whole lot up to Earth orbit, and let's do the get ready for the probes around. So to do this, we are going to need rendezvous technology to be able to split all of these different probe droids out to Hoth and the rest of the systems out there. So let's just buy rendezvous right off the bat because I know I'm going to need it. So reset my money. There's 10 outcomes here, and I just kind of, since these outcome cards can sometimes glom together, I spread them out into 3 different piles and pull 1 from each, or sometimes 2 from one, 1 from another. All right, rendezvous tech. That leaves me with 20 to spend. You know what? I think we're going to set up the general technologies we need for these surveys, and I wonder if I should take the time to start planning this big mission to see if Atlases are going to be enough, or if I'm actually going to need Soyuzes up there. No, I think I'm going to use shuttles for my heavier lifters getting around. Yeah, because just, let's see, the mass of my big rocket headed out to Mars, we said it was over 20, and it's going to end up being more than that once I have, rockets to do stuff with. I'm thinking that's probably going to be 2 shuttles, because that'll going to be 30 across all these difficulty 3s, and if I do it, using the cycler and whatnot. In the cycler, I like the cycler because you can, if you time things right, and you can make sure you do that. You can put something into the cycler and move it back and forth, and you can, when you need to thrust out of the cycler to get back to Earth orbit, you can send over the thrust you need to get yourself back out. So I'm anticipating a shuttle bringing my astronauts back and consuming their last large fuel tank to get into the Earth cycler, and then just shipping over, docking with another fuel tank in the cycler to get back to Earth orbit. Now the downside on this, as I'm noticing, remembering, no, we're okay. We're okay. I was thinking I was going to have to spend the 3 mass while I'm in the cycler because I don't have aerobraking, but that's to get out of the cycler. It's an automatic maneuver back and forth, whether you're playing with outer planets or not. So this maneuver up here is, again, I apologize. Like I said, I have not bought good cameras yet. This is just testing for fun. This is a 0 maneuver or a 3 maneuver. Difficulty 3 to get out of the cycler to Mars orbit, or difficulty 0, but to do difficulty 0 you have to have aerobraking technology, which is not available to me since I'm not playing outer planets. Okay. Alright, so where am I? So I spent 10 for rendezvous. Hold on a sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Looks like audio is still coming in, at least according to OBS it is. Okay. Minor emergency. I got water gushing out of the side of my outbuilding, so my neighbor was calling to tell me that. I saw he texted me earlier and I didn't look at it. My wife is going to take care of the issue though, so yes, I'm lucky my wife loves me. In this game, we would say I pulled a minor failure in that. Fortunately, not a major failure. We'll see that happen here in just a minute. Okay. Rendezvous. Let me just run through some of these different landers. Let's see. I've got to do a Ceres lander. That's difficulty 5. That's definitely going to be an Atlas by itself because that's what Atlases are meant for. So I'm going to buy Atlas Tech, and who knows, let's try for all the rockets. I'm just kidding. I think I can get without Soyuz. And I'm not going to do ion thrusters. They're certainly beneficial here, but since it's a stations play, I do want to show off shuttles a little bit, so I won't be doing ion thrusters. They're usually more useful in the Outer Planets game. So that was 10 for Atlas. And let's see, I haven't bought Survey yet, so I might as well buy Survey. Oh, slow start to the game, but this is often how it goes, just getting things set up. One outcome for Survey. And that is the end of 1958. So basically we've sent a whole bunch of engineers to graduate school researching technologies for us. We did buy some big rockets, but let's move forward to 1959. All right, Frankie Avalon, Dee Dee Dinah. Let's go to 1959. All right, I'm Gonna Get Married from Lloyd Price. I don't know this one. Okay, reset our money. Now we can start buying stuff and testing stuff. Okay. So we already know it's going to be cheaper to get to Venus with an Atlas. So let me just buy an Atlas and let me start putting some of these rockets together and see how much we can get done at once. So let's back up our Venus mission. I've already got my moon survey here. Venus survey is going to be a Juno to push the probe across difficulty 2 into Venus flyby, and then an Atlas to push all of that into IPT. So I need to get that up into our soon-to-be parking lot. Okay, let's see. If I just want a survey series, I can do that from IPT. And in fact, I could do that along the way on my Venus mission if I don't want to try and land all at once. Because I'm going to spend a year in IPT, and I could survey series right before I thrust out over to Venus with that same probe. I don't remember if there's a way, if series could be unlandable or not. So let me just keep that in the back of my mind. It would be, let's see, I'm going to need another probe for series. It would be an Atlas to do that, plus an Atlas. That would be 2 Atlases. And here's a neat little trick. So that same shortcut I was talking about earlier, look at the 5 row. An Atlas can do payload of 1 across a 3 and then a 5. 2 Atlases together, 2 stage. Well, I don't know if this is coincidence or not, but to get to Ceres, it's the exact same difficulties. It's a difficulty 3 and then 5. So if I get 2 Atlases and a probe into Earth orbit, they can then go to Ceres. Okay, so yep, let's do it. I said I was going to do Empire Strikes Back and send all of our probe droids out to find the rebels all at once. So let's do it. So that's $10 for 2 more Atlases. Okay, so if I have that in Earth orbit, that gets me to Ceres. I need to land on Phobos as well, and I actually might need to get all the way out to Mercury. If I don't find life anywhere else, I will have to look at Mercury to know if there's life there or not. But let me see how much is adding up here already. 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You know, this might be enough just to get started here. And that would do those 3 at once, and that's my 2 Saturns. Oh boy, it's risky to put all that on to the same rocket, but there's only my engineers tell me the risk assessment is only about a 1 in 6 chance of a major failure, and I have to draw twice, so maybe I'll just get lucky. All right, but I don't have enough to save money for testing all of this. I've got $3 left over right here. 4 extra Junos at the moment. I could buy another couple of Atlases. I am going to need landing tech to land on Ceres, so I might as well get that landing tech. And then $3 is, let's call it another probe, another Juno. For now, I can't buy food yet. I think there's another supply. I could buy spare parts. No, that needs, let's see, yeah, spare parts. I could just buy spare parts. You know what? I'm going to do that. Save the Juno because I got 4 extra Junos sitting over here. I'm sure I'm going to buy more Junos, but I know that I will need a spare parts at some point. Do I need spare parts for the habitat? No, though I don't need it to build the habitat. All right, I'll hold off on the spare parts and we'll go back to the Juno. All right, get my 3 outcomes for landing. Okay. Again, a little more school, a little more subcontractor purchases, but now we're going to have money ready to test in 1960. So we didn't make Sputnik in 59. We certainly could have. I'm sorry, Sputnik was 56 or 57. We could have, but we're into the 60s now. So end of the year. Change the time. No more Mac the knife from Hey. All right. So now I switched over to my built-in microphone from the Mac. Let's see if that's coming in any better. All right, sound is back. Quality is probably not going to be quite as good, but at least I can take my headset off here. Yeah, the joys of live streaming. That's why we test things. That's why I put this as number 0. This is not even number 1 yet. Oh, we're on the front of Board Game Geek TV. Holy cow. Wow, that's exciting. Let's see if that brings us in. Oh, well, our viewer count's jumped up. It was about 8 to 10, and now we're up over 100. Well, welcome, everyone. Unfortunately, the audio went out right as everyone joined, but we're playing Leaving Earth. Let's see. I just went into 1960 because I started playing the chain game. I got my money back. I'm ready to do all kinds of stuff, and I like to test as I do. This is a little more aggressive than I normally do, but you know, we'll crash and burn, and maybe it'll be over quick. We'll see how this goes.
All right, so I am going to send out my probe droids. We already said that this is what I need for the moon, this is what I need for Venus, this is what I need for Ceres. And that gives me 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I could send up 3 more, and that would give me a little bit of cushion there if things get damaged or whatnot. Yeah, hold on. I've got people helping me on the side here. Let me quick change here. All right, I'm hearing the audio is really staticky. Let me try back to my headset once really quick. I'm just changing the microphone in OBS here.
And now it's back. All right. It might be a loose wire in my mic. This is a 12-year-old Logitech headset mic. It looks like it's back. I do have a mute button on here. I'm being careful not to push it. But I am getting a read from OBS, so I think we're okay. I'm going to stick with it again. I'll try and watch the audio feed. And Aldi, if you're listening, if people like this, maybe we should get some real equipment. I don't know. We'll see. I'm having fun. Anyway, okay. So as I was saying, I've got my 3 extra because I don't want to waste any payload. So now I've got a total of 20 that 2 Saturns can push up. All right, so I've planned it ahead using the worksheets I usually do. I did it in my head this time. As I actually fly the mission, I like to actually calculate it as I go, so you can see that the math works both ways. So my rocket here is on the launch pad on Earth. I've collected all my little probes here, and we're about to hopefully blow everything up. Hopefully not blow everything up. Okay, so I'm going to my Saturn stack because I'm lighting 1 Saturn rocket to push everything else, hopefully, up into suborbital space. Following this maneuver right here, difficulty 3, suborbital. There is a maneuver hazard, a location hazard on that one, but that only applies if I have humans on board. There are no humans on board. All right, our very first test of the game, our first Saturn rocket, and it is a minor failure. That's actually the best possible outcome in this scenario because nothing was wasted. I love minor failures to begin with. I can buy that off. I can get rid of that for $5. That minor failure is now gone away. Now, unfortunately, the rocket is damaged, and the rest of this rocket could get up to Earth orbit or suborbital space by itself, but and I could use an Atlas to push a couple of these probes up into Earth orbit. That's actually, that's an interesting idea. If I were racing for surveying or something, I might want to do that. Let me first finish. I bought off my minor failure, and that's my discard pile. So that Saturn is damaged. Actually, no. Okay, interesting. I can't keep going with this same rocket, because this Saturn, well, no, it does have enough to push the mass of this rocket up into suborbital space. The smarter thing to do is to pull it off the pad since I'm here on Earth. I can't just test my rendezvous to separate that rocket out because there's no docking or separating on Earth, no rendezvousing on Earth, but you don't need to because I just take it out to the warehouse, I separate it, a month later, put it all back on the pad. Let's see. I don't think I want to do that though. I think I want to spend a little bit of time testing my smaller rockets while I'm here. Just wait for that Saturn to repair for free. Let's see. I'm going to do, let's see, I've got 25, which is enough to fully test anything. And maybe I'll get lucky here. I'm going to use an Atlas to Atlas difficulty 3, an Atlas to push up 3 Junos, to use my Junos for landing. I can test Atlas at the same time, or because I might need all 25. Yeah. I'll usually do like 4 Junos, 3 Junos to push 1 Juno up and the other 3 fall back. But this way it's only one test of an Atlas to get, oh no, I can't do that because I can't dock and separate. So I do have to do each one individually, otherwise these 3 Junos would come back all together. So let me just start doing my Juno trick. Let's get Juno and landing tested as much as possible. So 4 Junos is enough to push up a Juno. So that's going to be 3 Juno tests over here. Okay, so shuffle these up, and I think this game it's important enough to test all of my rockets here. I generally like to test everything as it goes. Alright, audio still working. I don't see anything new in the chat. And oh my goodness, 153 viewers. This is crazy. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to episode 0, or the pre-test of Jeff's solo adventures. All right, testing my first Juno. It is a success, and sometimes I won't fully test all my Junos, but what the heck, we've got till 1986, right? There's no way on earth we could run out of time. I know I'll be regretting that later. So there's $10 to get rid of that success. So 1 Juno provided a third of the thrust needed to get our payload Juno up. The reason I'm using the Juno for my payload to test the landing is I could use a probe. It's the same mass, but a probe is slightly more expensive. Okay, my next test of the second Juno is a success. Pay $10 to get rid of that. And let's hope the last one is a success. It is. I get rid of it for free. So there you go. I could have, 45 seconds ago when I was deciding whether or not to test Junos, I could have just left those successes in the deck. Once I tested it about 12 times, I'd been confident it would have been successful for the whole time. But there you go. So now I have my little Juno up here in suborbital space.
All right, we're back on the laptop's audio. So we're back on the laptop's audio. It might be a little bit staticky, but let's see if this is a little more stable. All right, again, we'll try and get a better mic for the next time. All right, so where were we? We're testing landing. Coming back down to Earth, the maneuver is optional. I do want to test it. That was the whole purpose in sending those Junos up there. So here we go. All right, let's see. Hoping for a failure of some kind, because I can't buy a success. And I get a major failure. So that Juno rocket blows up. But I get to spend my last $5 getting rid of that landing failure, which that was pretty good for the year. All right. So we've done some testing. I'm out of money. I could, light more fireworks, but there's no reason to do that because I can't afford to pay off the testing. If anyone in the chat could tell me, has the audio come back now? It looks like it is based on my mixer software, my streaming software. Okay. Someone saying 2 cameras on the same UBS bus breaks it. That is what's going on here. Again, I'll show you all how ghetto a setup this all is. I've got a little USB thing here with both my cameras plugged into. It's not even powered, just going into my laptop. I moved, my headset was plugged into this USB brick, now it's over on the laptop. Again, this is just, this is episode 0, just testing for fun. Proof of concept. The main thrust here is to see if anybody actually enjoys this. I'm enjoying it, so I guess it's enough of a success. I'm going to keep doing it. But if anybody out there is having fun as well, let me know. If you have any questions, I am going to try and check in on the chat every so often. I don't know if he's still here, but the designer of this game is in the chat, or was earlier. He probably still is, which is a surprise to me. This was not planned at all. But Joe, thanks for being here, and correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody has questions about the game, be sure and throw them into the chat. If I don't catch it, Joe will, or I recognize a few other friends that I've played this game with before. They may answer it. All right, why am I doing so many rocket tests? Well, if the way this game works is every time you do anything, you have to pull an outcome card, unless the technology is fully tested. So, my most cards start with 3 outcomes on them. I've taken 2 off the landing card, but if that had been a success, it goes right back into that same deck if I don't buy it off or get rid of it. My Junos here are now fully tested, meaning it's an automatic success. Oh, that camera doesn't want autofocus. There we go. It starts with 3 outcomes. All 3 of them were successes. I had the choice to leave the success in the deck as I lit it off, but then I'd have to shuffle it and draw another one, and maybe it's the same success. And I have drawn 12 to 15 successes from the same technology and left them there without knowing that there was a major failure lurking further in the deck. That's one of the brilliant parts of the design of this game. Unless you fully test anything, there could always be a failure out there. And I don't know if that's the same success I'm drawing each time. Now, whenever I do anything with Junos, I don't have to pull any more cards at all, and it won't cost me anything. Juno is fully tested. That's rock solid. Landing is somewhat tested. There's 2 cards left. So that's a long answer to why we do so many tests. It's because if you don't pay to get rid of the cards, just the mechanism of the game is that you always draw a card anytime you do anything for it. Okay, end of 1960. Oh, El Paso, Marty Robbins. Oh, great song. Okay. Well, it is time to go to 1961. So let me make sure we're starting to get a little more complicated. Turns, I just took. Earth repairs. Anything on Earth repairs for free. That minor failure of a Saturn is now a fully repaired Saturn. Astronauts need the things they need. I don't have any yet. Advanced time. Go to 1961 and go to 1961 on Pandora. So I love El Paso from Marty Robbins. But we need to go to 1961. And we've got Baby Blue from the Echoes. By the way, is any of the Pandora bleeding into the audio now that I'm on the laptop's microphone? Shouldn't be a problem now, but it might affect the playback if it's recorded. Okay, we're all good. All right, so let's see. I could go back to testing. Let me see how much I used. I think all those Junos were spare, if I remember right. So let's try this probe droid barrage again. So probe Juno for the moon, probe Juno Atlas for Venus, and probe Atlas for Ceres. I still have all those same components, so what I was using earlier for that landing test was all spare Junos. I've got to finish up, so I advance the time, reset to 30, start of your missions, I don't have any, and then nothing to produce. So I need to get that station up in Earth orbit, but I got to test all these other rockets, and I really want to test my Saturns. That's what I care to do. Okay, so I have one more payload here. Looking at everything I've got, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, 19 to send up into space. So I've got one payload left. I could buy a probe. I couldn't buy a probe. I could buy a Juno. I'm not going to do that because I want to save all 30 for all these tests I'm doing right now. So I'm going to let, one spare payload, not a big deal. Okay, so we've got our big rocket here. And let's get it from Earth orbit up into suborbital space. So we're testing our Saturns again. I'd be okay with another minor failure, although the clock is ticking. I kind of want 2 successes at this point. I'd be happy to pay for one and get the other one free. Really don't want a major failure, but let's see what happens. All right, and here we go. Boom, success. All right, so $10 to get rid of that. Set that aside. Otherwise, I'd put it back into the deck, shuffle it, and maybe it's that same success. We already covered that. Okay, so this Saturn has expended its thrust, its fuel, and is now an empty shell to fall into the ocean. Not worth anything to me anymore. Discard it, but we have moved into suborbital space. Again, we did go through this hazard right here, but there's no humans on board, so I don't have to do that. And in fact, I can't do that. It would be nice to be able to test that before I send humans through, but there's no way to do it. There's no way to know if the lack of atmosphere makes humans sick or not. But we can't stay in suborbital space. There's an automatic maneuver back down to Earth if we don't do anything from here. So I'm going to test my other Saturn, and let's all pray for success. Boom, it's a success. It's the last one. I get that one off for free. The Saturn has pushed us into Earth orbit. We now have all of this in Earth orbit. I would usually stack it on top of the card. I'm not going to do that because I'm now going to break everything apart here. we'll see. We'll come to that in a minute. Now, to break things apart, I need to do rendezvous. Rendezvous is kind of special. All these other technologies, you do a thing, you pull a card. If you don't pay for the card to get rid of it, it shuffles back in. By the way, the other brilliant design here, I don't know if you noticed, but those successes I was buying cost me $10. The failures only cost $5. It is much harder to learn from your successes than it is from your mistakes. It costs more when there's not a problem to try and debug, which I think is a brilliant design and really true to life. Okay. So all the other technologies, you do a thing once and you pay for it. Rendezvous is special because there's not a finite limiting on rendezvous. Nothing really gets blown up or destroyed each time you do it. Things might get damaged, but you can still dock with damaged components. So we have what we call fully testing rendezvous, and I believe it's officially in the rules now. I know it was a kind of a house rule or an optional rule for a while, but I think in the latest rule book it's in there. I have a rocket here that I can separate components apart from and put them back together infinitely. And I might have to damage a couple of them. Fortunately, I do have 2 spares over here that I could damage if needed. And so I could, if I get a success, throw it back in, get a success. And so what I'm about to do is to basically kind of avoid spending the next 20 minutes pulling 3 successes 1,000 times to get confident that it's 3 successes. So I'm going to fully test rendezvous, which means that I just get to flip the cards over one at a time until I get to a failure and resolve that failure, or which concludes the fully testing, or I see 3 successes and then I'm done. And a point of rules, I don't actually know, Joe, if you're still in there. If I do get 3 successes, do I get to pull them all off for free, or do all 3 of them stay there face up? Which the only implication is whether successes get back into the deck in case we had to reshuffle for something else. Okay, so pulling my first rendezvous, I'm going to attempt to separate this spare Juno from the rest of my conglomerate. It is a minor failure, so it did not separate, which means I do need a minor failure. I need to damage a chosen component, so I will damage that component I tried to separate. And I need to pay $5 for that. All right, but I got rid of it. Now, on my turn, I get as many actions as I want, and I get as many turns as I want. Since it's only me playing, it's pretty much the same thing for each year. I'm going to fully test rendezvous again. So shuffle it up, blah, 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 blah. Joe says they do all stay there. For solo game, it certainly won't matter. But yeah, that's good to know. Wasn't sure exactly how to work. Okay, fully testing. Here we go. A major failure. Again, I was attempting to separate this rocket from the rest of the conglomerate. I need to damage a chosen component. Now, I can't choose this component to damage because it's already damaged. So I'm going to damage this probe. I can damage any component from the original spacecraft because it actually didn't separate. And if I were bringing 2 spacecraft together, I could damage any component from either spacecraft, including humans. I could damage a human, I believe, which makes them incapacitated. You usually don't want to do that, but I'm damaging this probe that I didn't need. If, by the way, I only was testing it with just these 2, and that third one is another failure, I have to damage something. Now something would be destroyed because I have nothing left I'm able to damage. I'd have to destroy something. But there's that $5, and I'm so glad to see a major failure on a rendezvous as opposed to my Atlas technology. But nothing separated. Now I'm going to attempt to separate these 2 components as a spacecraft away from the rest of the spacecraft. And I really hope that's a success because I actually don't have anything left that I'm really comfortable in damaging, but we'll see what happens. It is a success, and now, as the final success, it does come off for free in case I wanted it in the mix, or I could leave it there. Either one. There's a special rule that the last success comes off the card for free. All right, Rendezvous is fully tested. This did separate, and in fact, I'm now just going to let them come back. Am I? Oh, I am, because I can test landing with them. So I'm going to let them fall back down to Earth as, you know what? I'm going to separate them. Rendezvous is fully tested, so I can do that without any issues. And I'm going to let the Juno fall back down to Earth to test my landing. All right. Yes, you can damage humans during rendezvous. The Soviet space program lost an entire crew due to a failure during separation. Oh, wow. Space is risky. That is certainly true. Okay. So, testing landing my Juno. It is a success. You know what? I will buy that off. So that damaged Juno is now back on Earth for free. I'm going to land the probe. I have no money left, but I do want to see what this card is. If it's a success, it comes off for free. If it's a failure, now I have to do a little more fireworks. It is a minor failure. All right, I don't have $5. So this probe, minor failure on landing, rough landing, damage chosen component. Well, it's the only component. I can't damage it. It's already damaged. It is destroyed. Okay. And I need to shoot this Juno up before I have to land anything. But I do have time to do that. Now, I am going to separate these three out here real quick. Let me put that there. Let's see, what are my satellite-looking thingies? We have some satellite kinds of spacecraft, and we have some capsule kinds of spacecraft. That's an International Space Station kind of spacecraft. So these are my satellite kind of spacecraft. So I now have 3 different satellite kind of spacecraft in interplanetary, in Earth orbit. Now, they can stay there for the rest of the game. There's no automatic maneuver. There is a free maneuver to come back down to Earth. You don't have to thrust to do that. You can just kind of use your maneuvering thrusters to get back into the atmosphere. But that is a parking lot. All right. Do I want to do any of my surveying? I don't, because at least one of my surveys is on a flyby, and I don't have $5 that I'd need to buy off this surveying over here. You know what? Actually, here in Earth orbit, I'm going to use my Venus probe to survey solar radiation. And that's a way to test survey. That tells me whether I want to send my lunar flyby this turn or not. I will survey solar radiation with this probe over here. In this game, I don't think Station incorporated the same house rule from Outer Planets, but I like the new rule in Outer Planets. In Outer Planets, a probe can only survey once per turn, I believe it is. Which means if a probe is in an area where there's an automatic maneuver, it only has one shot at it. I don't want to do my first survey in lunar flyby. So I'm going to survey solar radiation because there's a maneuver on this card that has that hazard with it. Okay. Oh boy, we're definitely using a space habitat to get out to Mars. Radiation level 2. Astronauts have a high chance of getting sick. So there's lots of radiation out here in space. Which I can't remember if the book says, and maybe Joe can tell me whether this level is what real life is like, or if it's slightly more than what real life is like. One thing I love about this game, I didn't say at the beginning, there's a lot that we haven't explored yet. The moon might not be landable. It could just be a sea of dust or something. Venus might be a paradise. We don't know. It's the 1950s and 60s. We haven't sent our spacecraft out there. So all the prevailing theories of the day are incorporated into this game. So I'm curious whether radiation level 2 is true to life, which I think it is, or if it's slightly more difficult and realistically radiation level 1 is more what we're going for. Okay, hard to say. Radiation in real life tends to be a long-term problem, causing people to get sick later in life. Okay, all right. Thanks, Joe. Okay, I realized I have just cheated. Before I can flip that card over, I need to flip this card over on my surveying check. Nobody caught me yet. And it was a minor failure. So back up. Nobody knows. We don't know what radiation is really like because I failed at surveying. Now, I don't have the $5 to get rid of it. So I know that I'm going to stay put and spend the winter going back to school, learning a little bit more, and get my government funding for next year so that I can buy off some of these failures. Okay, which means I'm out of money. There's nothing really left I want to do. Let's go to 1962. Set our money. Tossing and a turning, Bobby Lewis. 1961, now it is 1962. Funny way of laughing, Burl Ives. Okay. All right, I've got all my money. While I'm here, before I forget, I'm going to attempt to survey solar radiation again with my Venus probe because it's not going anywhere just yet, and it's once per turn. So $5, the survey failed, I get rid of it, I upload new software up to the probe, it's now no longer a failure, fully tested, and I will, I could call that the end of my turn, get a new turn, and survey again with the probe. It succeeds, and I'll just flip it over for now. More interestingly though, my Juno's fully tested, survey's fully tested. Let's go look at the moon. So that is that's our Sputnik satellite here. So my Juno is going to thrust. I didn't do that, what I said I was going to do with my great big Saturn rocket. As I fly the maneuvers, I like to do the math again in the forward direction as the rules are written, as opposed to the planning shortcuts and worksheets. So here's how the rule is really written. I've got this spacecraft right here in Earth orbit. I want to go to lunar flyby. It's difficulty 1. The mass of this spacecraft is a total of 2. 1 for the probe, 1 for the Juno. So 2 times difficulty 1, 2 times 1 is 2. I need to provide at least 2 thrust to get there. My Juno provides 4 thrust. So it will do it without any problem. And we can see that there is excess capacity there. 4 is more than 2. When we go back and look at our worksheet, difficulty 2 at Juno, 2, it's a difficulty 1, right, difficulty 1. A Juno could take a payload of 3. It's only taking a payload of 1, so there's excess there. That's 4 is more than 2, 3 is more than 1. The math comes out to be the same. So I expend my 4 thrust to move this rocket into lunar flyby, or move the spacecraft, I should say. My Juno is fully tested. It won't blow up at all. I now have a probe in lunar flyby. While I am here, I'm going to take a picture of the moon because there is a hazard that shows the moon's location hazard, or there's a maneuver that shows the moon's location hazard on it. And my surveying is fully tested. So let's take a look at the moon. Is landing on the moon even possible, or am I about to flip those lunar missions over? The moon. Spacecraft destroyed by vast oceans of dust. So I actually haven't landed on the moon, but I've taken enough pictures to know that the moon is not a place we are interested in. And as you can see, maybe our political leaders were mindful of that Kennedy clearly said in this game, we choose to go to Mars, not the moon. I showed this earlier, but the missions I'm going for here are almost entirely Mars-based. And those were randomly drawn. Okay. So, we cannot land on the moon, which means we can't perform an experiment there, and there's no sense in sending a man there and back. That actually does simplify things. I'm not distracted by the moon. It's Mars or bust, with a couple of other small things along the way. Now, we did not find life on the moon, so life could still be out there. We might have to go to Mercury to find it. Okay, this spacecraft, at the end of my current turn, whenever I deem that to be, it is going to go lost. It has no thrust. It has an automatic maneuver to go lost. So I'm just going to go ahead and take care of that now. So that probe served its purpose, took a picture of the moon. We got a lot of good information. And there we go. All right. I have spent $5 getting rid of my survey. Let's go to Venus and test some Atlas while we are at it. Worst that can happen is I have to buy some more Atlases and a probe. Not the end of the world. And my Saturn is fully tested with only the purchase of 2 Saturns. I love it when there's a minor failure in there and then 2 successes. Okay, so to get to Venus, we have to go by way of interplanetary transfer. So our Venus probe is this one right here. Difficulty 3. Total mass is 6. Right, 4, 5, 6. 3 times 6 is 18. One Atlas will provide 27 thrust. That's well more than 18. So it'll be enough, assuming it has enough in there. So let's pull our Atlases here, test them up. All right, looks like I've still got good audio. And we're up to 233 viewers. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome everyone. Hope you're enjoying this little trip around the solar system. Okay, our first Atlas, or our only Atlas on this spacecraft, is a success. I am going to lock in that success pin. $10 to get rid of this. All right, so our Atlas burned itself up, moving our spacecraft into the interplanetary transfer. Now, the other thing to point out here, this maneuver, difficulty 3, has a time symbol on it. It takes a while to get to Venus. It takes a while to get anywhere outside of the Earth-Moon system. So there's 1 time token on here. I'm going to put 1 time token on the card. So I'm actually not at IPT yet. I will be there in a year. Okay, similarly, I think we're ready to go to Ceres, depending on how that goes. Now, before anyone gets too nervous, I will need landing by the time I get to Ceres, but it's going to take me 2 years to get there. 1 year to IPT, 1 year to land on Ceres. But I can... Interestingly enough, I can test landing to get rid of this minor failure next year, upload the software patch to the spacecraft so that it lands correctly when it eventually gets there. I don't have to have it fully tested before it takes off from Earth. Okay, so I need to light 1 Atlas to get this rocket into IPT. Let's just verify that. Total mass of this rocket is 9, 2 Atlases and a probe. Difficulty 3, 9 times 3 is 27. Coincidentally enough, 1 Atlas is 27. I don't have that success in there. If I were playing a multiplayer game where it's truly a space race, I might at this point leave that success in there if I don't think I'm going to use a whole lot of Atlases. I might have left that success in there. But, and then just hope I keep drawing it or hope there's more successes, because I've reduced my odds of a success by taking 1 out of the mix. But I do want things fully tested. When I play solo, I generally get everything fully tested. It's more of a puzzle game that way, and it's a race against the clock. but that's just my risk profile when I'm playing by myself. Okay, testing Atlas. It is a success, and I will buy that one off. Okay, which, all right, leaves me $5. So that Atlas burned up, and this rocket, or this spacecraft, gets to IPT in a year. All right, I have $5 left. I have a damaged Juno here on Earth. I have one more Atlas. I have an outcome to check, and I've got landing. I don't have enough money to get rid of this landing this turn because I have no way to get this Juno up into suborbital and also save the $5. I could spend $5 on an Atlas just to see what this last one is. Unfortunately, I can't save that $5. This is government funding. You spend it or you lose it. You use it or lose it. Let's see, there's a question here in the chat. Jeff, why did you not keep the two spacecraft as one to go to IPT and split from there? That's a good question. Let's see, what have I had? I don't know if the payload would have been enough because the Ceres, that rocket needed to be as big as it was to go to Ceres all by itself. Actually splitting it, I knew I was going to have to split them anyway, and splitting is risk-free. And by splitting them, well, no, I still would have done 2 Atlas tests, whether they were together or separate. But by splitting them, I reduced the risk of an Atlas blowup. It would only affect one rocket and not both. So it wouldn't have changed any numbers in any way. But if that first Atlas I drew for the Venus rocket, or the Venus mission, was a major failure, it would have blown up the whole thing, rather than just the Atlas, Juno, and probe. By splitting it now, I've reduced my risk that way. Okay. I'm going to use this last $5 to buy 5 Junos, because I know I'm going to need them to get rid of this landing failure, and I don't know if I need another Atlas yet. And I'm going to test this Atlas here when I go to Ceres. So $5, 5 Junos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now I need to start planning our big missions here, but we're getting a lot of the little stuff out of the way as we go. Okay. I believe that's the end of 1962. I've got rockets on their way, or spacecraft on their way to where they're going. I have no money left. All right, end of the year. Everything on Earth repairs for free. My Juno comes back. Earth repairs astronauts. I don't have astronauts yet, but they are coming very soon. Advance the time. So, advance the time now has 3 steps. We advance the calendar. We take 1 time token off any spacecraft that has time tokens. In this case, it's only 1 for each. These spacecraft are now here. Before my turn ends, I need to do something with them. Otherwise, they'll take this automatic maneuver to lost. And then the 3rd step, which is an optional house rule, is to get rid of Joey D and the Starlighters, singing Peppermint Twist, and we go to 1963 hits. Memphis by Lonnie Mack. All right, audio's still good. Okay. Okay, before I do anything else, 4 Junos. 3 Junos pushes 1 up automatically into suborbital space. It lands. It's damaged as it lands because of my minor failure, but $5 gets rid of that. Now, I had to do that this turn because I'm about to land on Ceres here. You know what, just for kicks, I'm going to take a picture of Ceres from IPT before I land on it. In case for any reason it's unlandable, I could theoretically use this Atlas to send this probe back into Earth orbit. So this probe survey is fully tested. Let's take a look at Ceres. All right, Ceres is landable. Explore until one feature present. This is going to be fun. I may have to check the rules here, but if I remember right, when I land on it, I get to look at one feature. I don't have a rover or anything, but the first time you land a spacecraft, you get to look at a feature. While I do a couple other things, Joe, let me know if I'm correct on that. Otherwise, I'll have to go to the rulebook. All right, so I took my picture of Ceres. That does not get me the Ceres lander mission. There probably is a Ceres survey mission, but I haven't. I've surveyed it. I've not landed on it. So, and this is actually a good thing to distinguish here. So I'm about to get Venus survey, which says reveal the Venus location. And I'm about to get Ceres lander, which is a working probe or capsule on Ceres. So one you just have to take a picture, the other you have to get there. All right. While I'm waiting on the ruling on the Ceres feature, I'm going to send my spacecraft over to Venus here. So I've got a Juno and a probe to Venus flyby to take a picture of Venus. I have no reason to land there, and odds are it would be a hostile environment anyway. But, it might be a paradise. Let's find out. I can't find out yet because it takes us a year to get there. So, mass 2, difficulty 2 is a total of 4. One Juno provides 4 thrust. So my probe is now on its way to Venus flyby with a time token. Okay, and I do have to go through the solar radiation hazard. So let's take a look at that really quick. That is on that maneuver there. I haven't seen that yet because it's not on inner, it's not anything here in the Earth-Moon system. Radiation level 2, roll a die per astronaut. If you get 2 times the time tokens on that card or less, he is sick. I got no astronauts on board, so this radiation won't affect me. There are other radiations in the game that will affect probes and spacecraft. You try and fly through Saturn's rings, you might blow apart a rocket of some kind, your ion thruster or something. All right, on our way to Venus. Now let's land on Ceres. Joe says, yes, as long as the location is already revealed, which you just did, so good thing I took the picture, you get to explore a feature whenever you land there, as long as there's room left for another feature, which it does, one feature. All right, let's land on Ceres. Okay, to land on Ceres, I have a spacecraft of mass 5, a difficulty of 5. 5 times 5 is 25. Fortunately, an Atlas provides 27. However, it is not fully tested. This might all fall apart here. Now, I haven't invested a ton, but let's hope it's a success. All right, our last Atlas is a minor failure. Okay, so the rocket is damaged, which means it provides no thrust. So we are stuck in interplanetary transfer. All right. We are not landing on Ceres. Good thing we took a picture before we just landed on it. And unfortunately, there's no way to get out of this because at the end of this turn, this spacecraft is going to go lost. There's a automatic lost maneuver on here, and I have no thrust to move me anywhere else. If it worked a year away, I could spend everything to, and actually more than I even have, but get a mechanic out to that spacecraft. A mechanic and a spare parts could repair this rocket. You don't have to wait till the end of the year or anything like that. However, I have not researched any manned spaceflight, and it's a year away anyway to get to IPT. And really, it's not Matt Damon on this probe, right? Who's going to send a mechanic out here to rescue it? So this spacecraft is lost. All right, and I know I have a minor failure waiting for me in the Atlas. Although I was smart enough to save $5 to get rid of it. So I will call that a minor victory. I didn't get to land on Ceres, But I did get my Atlas fully tested. Okay. So, 1963, I have eliminated 2 missions. I'm guaranteed to get Venus Survey next turn, and I have 6 technologies already tested. Okay, I spent 5 to get rid of landing, 5 to get rid of the Atlas that fizzled. Okay. Now, so we've kind of achieved stage 1. Now, Venus is on autopilot. I have $20 million. I need to start prepping shuttles. I need to start prepping my Mars mission. At this point, it's all about Mars. I want to start getting a man up in Earth orbit, to start getting, I get half a point every turn I have a man up there. So I'm going to need a habitat up there, or a capsule. Actually, what I need to do is I need to get a capsule launched now so that I can just park it there and start saving money for life support. Because I'm clearly going to need life support. The only way to win this game, well, let's see. Theoretically, could I win this game without any manned missions? I took 2 human missions out of the game with Mars. If I take out Man on Mars and I take out Mars Experiments, I would also have to take out Mars Habitat, because you need a mechanic to make the ground habitat. So that would be 28, 32, 52 points I don't get. Could I still build more than 52 points with the unmanned stuff? Oh, Mars Station, that's a manned one. So now it's 72 points. There is not 72 points left on the board. So I have to do manned space flight, or in this game, because of the missions that are out there. There's just not a mix of missions without doing some astronauts. You'll find in this game, true to life, robotic space exploration is a whole lot cheaper and safer than manned space exploration. Although it's not as sexy, that's for sure. Okay, so we are doing manned stuff, and one of the critical components of manned stuff is to get your life support tested, and you can't just test life support during your turns. Life support is checked when you have a capsule in space at the end of a turn, and you have to save money for it. So let's get a capsule launched, and do I want to put a human on it? I really don't want to kill an astronaut, and I need life support testing to do it. I have no real reason to send a human up and back. I only need an astronaut at the start of each turn. The man on the moon and back I could have done all in one turn. You don't need life support for that mission. But everything else is needing life support. So, hey, let's buy life support. Someone's chatting me. Okay. I'm getting direction from my off-camera folks. And I really appreciate everybody helping me out there. Aldi's watching, and Chad Roberts is also watching, and said he'd be a moderator for me in the chat. So if any of you misbehave, Trasharama is gonna take care of you for me. So okay, I need life support for sure. And let's start testing life support. That allows me to start buying capsules. You know what? I'm going to need re-entry. So this year is just going back to school again. $10 for life support, $10 for re-entry. All right. And that is almost all the technologies we need. I think we are going to get shuttle technology. But I've got a deck of my technologies here. So I've talked about all the ones I've bought. Here's the ones I haven't yet. Yeah, I need a mount for some of these cameras and things. Soyuz, probably not going to need Soyuz. Ion thrusters, not going to need ion thrusters. Ion thrusters are cool, especially for outer planets. I'm going to use shuttles to get around the interplanetary system here. And Soyuz is another heavy lifter, but I've already done Saturn's. Proton rockets, I don't have access to because that's outer planets. Aerobraking, I don't have access to, that's outer planets. Space shuttle, I'll be getting for sure. Rover, I'm probably not going to get. It depends on what's on Mars. But there's only one feature on Ceres. I'll get it when I land there. Let's see what happens on Mars. And then synthesis, I will need to get because I want to make food on my way out to Mars and back. And in fact, I want to put a hydroponics station in Earth orbit pretty quickly so that I can get an astronaut sitting up on the International Space Station for the rest of the game. So those are the ones I'm going to be needing. But otherwise, I've pretty much bought, base game leaving Earth, I would be done with technologies. Because in this game, I'm not going to get Soyuz or ion thrusters. So I bought 8 out of the 10 base game ones. But that is the end of the year. I've spent my money, my spacecraft are all doing what they're doing. So, end of year, Earth repairs. Astronauts need health, life support, food, and mental health. Nobody's out in space. Advanced time. So move the calendar, take time tokens off, change the Pandora station. The Dixie Bells down at Papa Joe's. We're now going to 1964. Motown. What do we got coming up? Wishin' and Hopin', Dusty Springfield. All right. Okay. 64. Before we do anything else, let's take a picture of Venus, because our probe is going to go lost if we don't. So, what is Venus like? Venus is, actually let's do a reveal on the close-up. I'm having fun going back and forth with the close-up and the overhead. Y'all tell me if that's annoying. Again, I know my camera are not high quality and I don't have mounts for them or anything, but Venus, hey, it is just like the moon except for a different reason. Spacecraft destroyed by extreme heat and pressure. Venus is true to life. The moon is not. So we cannot land on Venus. Good thing we don't have to. However, we revealed the Venus location, so that gets us Venus survey. We have 6 points. We're winning. Well, at least I'm beating anybody else I'm trying to play against. I have points. All right. Venus survey. We're on the scoreboard. Now, at the end of this turn, this spacecraft takes the automatic maneuver because it has no thrusters on it. There is a 0 with aerobraking. We don't have aerobraking, so it goes lost. A lost component. All right. So, our last probe is lost. We have 3 Junos and nothing to show for it except for some pretty pictures of the moon, Venus, and Ceres. Okay, let's get a capsule in space so that we can start testing life support. And let's get our hydroponics module up there as well. Do I want a regular capsule or just a straight up habitat? My thought is get the habitat and module up into Earth orbit. Build the rest of it later, but at least get somebody up there to start doing the orbital occupation as soon as we've checked out the systems, life support and food generation and Okay, let's see. I probably can't do that all this turn. I could just get a Vostok up in Earth orbit. And you know what? I'm going to need, actually, it'll probably be an Apollo. I'm going to need an Apollo in Earth orbit because I'm going to use a space habitat to fly around, but that thing's made out of tissue paper and balsa wood. It cannot go through an atmosphere. So I'm going to need an Apollo to land on Mars, get back up from Mars, to land back on Earth. So let's get the Apollo up and test our life support that way. So I can buy an Apollo because I have reentry. It costs $4. Okay, and I could do Vostok or Apollo, but the Vostok's only slightly more expensive, and I'm not sending one astronaut around. Major Tom is not going to do all my missions by himself because I have mental health considerations to be careful of. So I'm going to send multiple humans out. In fact, one of the first games I ever played, I sent Alan Shepard and who was it? Valentina Tereshkova. Mars was self-supporting, and they spent the rest of their lives repopulating the species out on Mars. It was a beautiful thing, and you know, Alan Shepard's certainly a romantic kind of guy. So, all right. Let's see. Switching cameras isn't that bad. It helps see the cards up close, so it's worth the hassle switching. Small camera has good enough resolution. The small camera actually has the best resolution of anything, other than maybe the. Right now, I'm looking at the camera on my MacBook Pro. I just bought this small one today. The one that's doing the overhead shot, I bought 4 or 5 years ago as a webcam, and I think the best it does is 720p. So. By the way, it's fun coming across your game tonight. Quite unexpected. Eclectic Lee. Hey, Lee from iGeek and Team Geek. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we're having some fun here. At least I'm having some fun. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm having some fun. All right. We are. Let's see. Got my Apollo. Need to get it up into orbit. One Saturn would do it, and a couple of Junos to spare. And then I have nothing left to test. Oh, I do need to save $10 for my, so that's what we're going to do. So 15 for Saturn. And then that Saturn's going to push up an Apollo and 2 Junos. Again, I don't have to 2-stage it like I did last time. One Saturn can take a payload of 5 straight up. So I'm going to, there we go, here's my parking lot token. On Earth, on the pad, I've got an Apollo capsule and 2 Junos with a Saturn rocket. That is a total mass of 25. 20 plus 1 plus 1 plus 3. 25 times difficulty 8 is 200. Well, what a coincidence. A Saturn will provide 200 of thrust. Fully tested. We are straight to Earth orbit. Again, I went through the suborbital space hazard. I have a capsule on board, but there's no human inside of it, so I don't get to look. I almost should have put a human inside just to check, but whenever I do that, my capsule burns up on re-entry, and dead astronauts are negative victory points. So we don't want to do that. All right, I do have Apollo 2 Junos in space. I've got $10 left. I'm going to save that $10 to buy off one of these life support successes. I will spend my last dollar on a Juno. Okay, actually, no, I'm going to start making my food. I don't need food. You know what? I'm not going to do a Juno. I'm going to do a medical supply. Because I do have life support, and I'm just guessing my, well, if I'm sending them around in a space habitat, there's no radiation, they won't get sick by radiation. I send enough of them around, they won't get sick, they won't go mentally sick, and I don't think the medical supplies can. Well, yeah, I think they can be used to heal a guy gone crazy. But I'm protected by the space habitat. Um, the only chance of someone getting sick is as they go through suborbital space. So I'm going to hold off on the medical supplies and the medical module. At least right now, I don't know if there's anything that's going to make him sick. Maybe Mars will do it to him, but we'll send a rescue mission if we have to. So back to that, Juno. I don't need food because I'm going to make food. I don't need spare parts because if I'm generally nothing left to break, so we're okay. All right. End of the year. So that's the end of my turns. Repairs on Earth for free. Astronauts need health, life support, food, and mental. Well, I don't have any astronauts, but I do have a capsule in space, so I do have to test life support. And I was smart enough to save $10 to get this. And I want to get this right. I'm going to be checking life support a lot. I want this fully tested before there's any humans that are actually going to be affected. So our first life support check is a success. Hooray for us. Makes me feel good about saving $10. All right. Advance the time marker. We go to 1965. There's no spacecraft with time on them. And Diane by the Bachelors now becomes Diana Ross. I hear a symphony. All right. The rest of you are probably not hearing the soundtrack out there, but I'm enjoying it. Okay. So I've got my capsule in space. I need to save another $10 if it's another success. The third turn, I'll only need to save 5. Now I want to get that hydroponics module up into space so that I can test synthesis as well. But I don't have the synthesis technology. So this might just be another, yeah, this is another technology turn. Okay, let's see, let's put our achieved victory points over here. Okay. So synthesis and space shuttle is the $20 out of the 30 I'm not saving for other stuff. Space shuttle, you remember back a couple hours ago, hour and a half ago, I was wondering whether to buy Atlas or not? Well, I'm glad I did, because I'm now reminded Space Shuttle requires the purchase of re-entry and Atlas technology already. So I had to do Atlas anyway. Look how smart I was. Now notice I don't have to fully test them to buy Space Shuttle. I haven't tested re-entry at all. I can still buy the technology for $10. It gets 3 outcomes like all the others. Almost every technology card gets 3 outcomes. You already saw Survey was a special case. It only gets 1 outcome. Synthesis gets 5 outcome cards. So it takes much longer to fully test. But as you're testing it, you do make fuel and food. You need a hydroponics module to make food. You need a fuel generator to make a small fuel tank. It will only make a small fuel tank, not a large fuel tank. The rules as written say that you need to consume a spare parts to make that small fuel tank. That is a change. It no longer requires that. The small fuel tanks are for the Daedalus rockets. The large fuel tanks are for the shuttles. All right. Let's see. Some chat. By the way, scientifically accurate. Swing distance, delta V. It's pretty close. Okay. Yeah. Great commentary from Joe there on how the game works. IPT is kind of a virtual thing for Delta V to get different places. All right, and Delta V is the how much you need to speed up to catch up with the planet you're trying to land on, or how much you need to slow down if you're headed down into Mercury or in and out of orbits and things. And I suppose that could be true of any planet you're trying to get to. You have to speed up for a while, and then you have to slow down. Okay. So I bought my technologies. I've saved. So 65 is a short term. There's nothing else really we need to do. This is my parking lot, so capsule in space. Okay, so when returns, Earth repairs, astronauts, life support. So a life support check. Major failure. Major failure, occupants die. Okay, this is why you want to test your life support. We haven't talked about astronauts a whole lot. Astronauts all do different things. Generally, they make certain checks a little safer, like pilots make landing safer, and mechanics make life support safer. But they only move it from one level. They turn a major failure into a minor, or a minor into a success. Well, the results on life support for major or minor are the same. The occupants die. So a mechanic would not have helped me in this case. That's why there's nobody on board. But that's also why I saved $5 to be able to get rid of that major failure. Okay. Life support, food, mental, advanced time. We are more or less a third of the way through the game. 1966. And I don't know how well I'm doing. I think I'm still going to have enough time. I'll certainly have enough time to get to Mars. It might be close to get somebody back from Mars, but we'll see how that goes. Okay, that was the time there. Let's change the channel. Patty Duke, don't just stand there. 1966. Robert Parker, barefooting. Okay. Advanced time, produce. Okay, so this is another typo in the game as printed. I don't know. Let's see. I've done this both to the back of the rule book here. Each year I've drawn a line to put production in front of money and start of your missions, as well as on the player aid card. So the first thing we do is produce food, fuel, ground habitat. Then we reset money to 30. Then we do our start of your missions. So I don't have my hydroponics module up yet, but I will soon. So we do need to start thinking about food. Produce, and then we reset to 30. So that $5 was just wasted. I had no other way to spend it. Start of your missions, turns. Okay. All right, one way or another, life support's going to be fully tested at the end of this term. I've got space shuttle, I've got synthesis. So let's get a shuttle, a hydroponics module, a large fuel tank. Actually, I don't have to lift the hydroponics module up into space. It can generate food while here on Earth. But if I send it up to space, I have to send it up to space eventually anyway, and the food that it makes has then already been lifted to Earth. Can I get my astronaut up there as it is? What's the chance of 2? Because if I put an astronaut on the shuttle with a hydroponics module up to that capsule, or he could live on the shuttle for that matter, because the shuttle is a capsule as well, I could start getting my half a point every turn right now. All right, let's think about that idea. Okay, a shuttle costs me 10. Let's see how much I have left over for various things. I have to save 5 no matter what. If that's a success on life support, it's free. If it's a failure, I need the $5 to buy it off. All right, $10 for a shuttle. Large fuel tank costs $4. So there's $4. All right. Hydroponics module costs $4. All right. Astronaut costs $5. So let's get an astronaut because I know I'm going to need an astronaut. And let's see. I think I want a pilot. If I remember right, the pilot lets me look at 2 features and keep the one I want. Well, I'm not sending a pilot to series. I need to remember to send something out to series. Do I want to start working on that too? No, that's going to be along the way out to Mars, is it? No, it's not, because I'm going to go by way of the cycler, I think. Just because shuttles, difficulty 3 better than difficulty 5. I think I'll have enough time. So maybe I don't get, maybe I use this money, don't get the astronaut, don't get the shuttle fuel tank, and just do my series mission while I can. No. I'm going to do my series mission after the Mars mission is sent. Because once I've sent the Mars mission, the rest, you still get $30 million every turn. There's not really much left to do when you've sent your main mission out. And it's going to take 3 years to get to Mars, 3 years to get back. That's plenty of time to go to Ceres and even send a probe down to Mercury if I need to. So sticking with what I got. So I am spending the 14 for the shuttle and the large fuel tank. Features. When you explore with the help of a pilot aboard any spacecraft in the same location, you may draw 2 feature cards instead of 1. Okay. So, and I don't really need a pilot to help with anything. I am going to want a couple of doctors in case I get sick through, but we still need a pilot. And we are NASA, so we need, is it Neil? No, it's not Neil because nobody cares about the moon. Is it Alan Shepard or John Glenn? He's potentially going to orbit and not just fly. And let's go with John Glenn this time. So there's 5 for my astronauts. And if I buy a food and send them up, I'm okay. Let's look. How much can this shuttle lift? A shuttle by itself can lift nothing straight up. A shuttle has to 2-stage it. Okay, and a 2-stage shuttle, it's still only 1 shuttle, but it is 2 large fuel tanks. And then it could take 15. No, it could take 5. You look at the 5 row. It could take 5 straight up, which would be the hydroponics module plus a food, just in case the hydroponics module doesn't produce any food. The astronaut doesn't cost anything. His mass is negligible. But I don't have the money to do it. I don't have, if the hydroponics module costs me $10, I've only got, I have to save 5 for life support. Otherwise I kill John Glenn, which is not a good thing to do. Let me buy another large fuel tank while I'm thinking about it. Or I could get a bunch of Saturns to lift this shuttle up, but no, maybe that's just what this is this turn. Yeah, that's it. He's not getting to space today. Well, That's risky, though, because the shuttle could kill him. I have to do 2 shuttle checks. I think I want to use the shuttle to lift the hydroponics module, actually, before I send John Glenn up there. Just because I don't know. Your first dead astronaut, I believe, is -2 points, and then -4 points, then -6 points. But even then, NASA, we're pretty safe on things. We'd want to get this shuttle technology tested a bit. So maybe I'll use this. Well, I'm going to need a note. I've got $2. Another probe. I'm going to need it eventually for the Ceres mission. Do I want to lift anything right now? No, I'm saving the $5. Okay, so I've spent what I need to spend, and this is going to be my last turn for testing life support. Okay, so not lighting anything this turn. End of year, anything under prepares for free. I have an astronaut, but he's not in space, so he doesn't need anything yet. But I do have a capsule in space. My last life support check is a success, so I didn't need to save that $5. That's all right. Food, mental, advance the time. We go to 1967. Dirty Water, the Standells. Buffalo Springfield, for what it's worth. All right. Reset, starting emissions. Okay. Now, we're getting John Glenn into space this year. He's probably going to wait there for a little bit. He might go a little crazy, but it's okay if he's crazy in space because I can always bring him back down for free. You know what? I'm going to do a fancy little trick here. I'm going to deorbit the Apollo capsule. And I realized I didn't need that Apollo capsule, like I said before, because I could use my shuttles to get around everywhere. Now, I probably still want the Apollo to get down to Mars and back. It's inefficient to use a shuttle for that maneuver. The Apollo would be a little easier, but we'll see how that plays out. Deorbit the Apollo, lift it back up with the shuttle, deorbit it again, and that gives me 2 tests of re-entry. Unfortunately, a shuttle can't lift 6 by itself, but what if I put an Atlas with it? Then I could lift 2 Apollos. Deorbit them both and fully test re-entry. I only need re-entry now if John Glenn gets sick and I need to get him back to Earth. All right. I said earlier I was probably going to need 2 shuttles to get around everywhere because I'm difficulty 3 maneuvers, and the mass of my habitats and everything, not counting extras, is 10, 19. But there's a lot of extra mass with the extra fuel tanks that I'm taking along the way. So if I get a second shuttle, and then I can lift up the hydroponics module, the capsule, all kinds of stuff, and I could deorbit both shuttles back down. I'm kind of using shuttles as lifters now instead of the Saturns because they are a little more efficient, and I do need to get them tested. So let's get a second shuttle. Which is 10. And then 2 fuel tanks is 8. So now I have 2 shuttle tests. And let's start getting some stuff lifted up. Let's buy some stuff. Let's buy that hydroponics module for 10. And I got $2 left. I'm going to need a science module, so there's $2 for my science module. Okay. No, I'm sorry. See, that's a big mistake to make. Let me point this out. The science module is not $2. It's 2 mass. It's $5. So, fortunately, the experiment that I need to buy is only $2. So I'm buying the experiment for Mars. So you have to be careful the mass number versus the cost number. All right. So now let's get some of the stuff lifted up and test shuttles all at the same time, but I have no money, so I'm not going to do it this turn. I lied. John Glenn is not getting to space this turn because I need money for testing. But I do have a hydroponics module, so I might make some food while it's here on Earth. So let's go through this. All right. End of turns. I might be missing an efficiency here, but that's okay. I don't want to think about it too hard. End of turns. Things on Earth prepare for free. Astronauts are not in space, but life support. I do still have a capsule in space. I didn't deorbit that yet because I want to test reentry, and I ended up spending all my money on the reentry stuff. Life support, however, is fully tested, so I don't have to do a check for that or anything. Advance the time, 68. Theoretically, we go to the moon next year, but we're not going to the moon. We're going to Mars. Here we go again, Ray Charles. Now, Simon and Garfunkel, Scarborough Fair. Oh, I'm tempted to turn this up so I can hear it. It's one of my favorite songs. I may or may not sing along. If I sing along, is it copyrighted? I don't think that would mess with my VOD, but I'll sing along softly. Okay, killing me softly. There we go. So we advance the time. Before I reset my money, now I have a hydroponics module. And there is an astronaut present, so you have to have an astronaut present with the module. It doesn't matter that they are on Earth. I see nothing that tells me it matters that they're on Earth. So they're both on Earth. John Glenn goes over to the commissary, turns the crank, and sees if our replicator is going to work. So I don't have any money to buy this success off. Similar to the life support, this is the whole reason I had to draw that arrow with the Sharpie, is because I have not reset my money yet. And so to test synthesis, I need to save money, just like I did for life support. Right, Joe? I think I got that all right. But I might make us some food, or I find out if there's a failure. All right. And we have a success. So I make a food. And the success comes back in, but I want to show you the food really quick. I think it's very cool. It's a nice little tube of toothpaste. It used to be, I think in the base game, it's supplies, does everything, medical supplies, spare parts, and food, or was food separate? I can't remember. But I think supplies was food as well, but I like the tube of astronaut toothpaste. So I made a food. It's here on Earth. We'll see if we lift it or not. Okay. All right. So now, start of your missions. I still don't have my orbital occupation going, but we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there this turn. Now we reset money, and then I'll start of your missions. Okay. Okay, and I need to shuffle the success back into the deck. If I build up enough spare food, if I have a spare food or two, I could just leave all 5 in here. That might be worth the risk now that I think about it. Just so you all see how that goes, I might not buy off these successes even when I can, because 5 cards is a lot. And if I send at least 1 or 2 spare food along the way, then to make a food every turn, 1 food feeds, 5 astronauts? Yeah, and I'm only anticipating 3 astronauts going around because I've got that Apollo. So, well, we'll see. All right. Okay. I'm sending stuff up with my shuttles so that I can test shuttles and I can test reentry. Let me first deorbit this Apollo capsule with to test reentry. So it comes back down to Earth, test reentry. And we take this card here as a success. I am buying that off. All right. So 1 shuttle. Do I want to split shuttles? How much do I need to lift? Let me just look at that. I need to lift the hydroponics module. I need to lift the spare food and John Glenn. Oh, so I deorbited the Apollo, by the way. I left those Junos up there. I forgot to mention that the Apollo came down by itself, and the Junos are in my space parking lot. Apollo comes off a spacecraft card and is just here on Earth. So that'd be 5. And a shuttle can take 5 up by itself. I don't really want to spend the money for my space habitat yet. I could buy the science module if I have money left over. I need to save money for food, though. No, I'm not going to. I already said this. I'm not going to save money for food. I might just buy extra food and see how it goes. That's why I do want a spare parts, though, because if I get a major failure on the generator, it's damaged. So I think I'll start saving $5 to buy off failures, but I'm not going to buy off successes. That'll be my plan there until I've drawn, maybe from that 5 or 6 times until I'm pretty confident. That 5 or 6 isn't enough to be confident, but we'll see how it goes. All right. So if I do 1 shuttle to lift that 5, do the other shuttle just to lift the ground habitat. That's expensive, and I haven't bought it yet. Let me just lift this Apollo back up again. I'm going to need both shuttles back down on Earth so that they can together lift the space habitat, because that's 9. 1's not enough to do it. And it actually, I might need a Saturn to get that thing up there. All right. Okay. So 1 shuttle. Well, but I don't really want to put John Glenn on there until I've tested the shuttle. So 1 shuttle to lift up the hydroponics module and a feed. If my worksheet is correct, this will be enough. So let's get a spacecraft here. And we've got 17 times 3 is 51. That's well under 75. And then it would be Uh, 4, 8, 12, 13 times 5 is 65, and 75 is enough. Right, I feel like I'm missing something here. 16, 17 times 3 is 51. Large fuel tank goes away. 12, 13 times 5 is 65. I could actually do 15 times 5, so I can do another 2. Why does it say I can only do 5? Gosh, 5. If I had another 2, 18 times 3. Oh, that's why. I'm looking at the wrong mass numbers. Okay, let me go back. Oh boy, I've probably cheated. $6 for these large fuel tanks. And I've bought 4 of them, which is $8, which is theoretically, since I bought them on previous turns, let me just charge myself $10. And it was a technology that I didn't buy when I could have. Yeah, I'm having to go back because I forgot. These large fuel tanks are $6, not 4, and 6 mass. Okay, and I bought 4 of them, so I charged myself an extra $2 penalty, and hopefully we can retcon that appropriately. So now, if we do the math right, shuttle. So hydroponics, food, shuttle. So the large tanks are actually 6s, so that's 12, 16, 21 times 3 is 63, which is less than 75 large fuel tank. And now it's 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 4 and 1 is 15, times 5 is 75. Okay. So now I can get all this up there. And I have $10 left over. And that's smart to do, because now I'm not generating any food because Joan is separated from the hydroponics. But I need to start testing Space Shuttle. I need to start lifting stuff, so we'll just do it. We're going to light it up. And I've got $10 to buy off a success for my shuttle. But I don't have $10 for the next success, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not. Okay. $5, I'm not lighting it off. $5 for the science module I'm going to need later, and save $5 to buy off a failure on the synthesis. Sorry, John. Next year. I know I keep saying that every year, but here we go. Earth repairs. And it may not be next year because I need to test the shuttle. I don't know if I can risk you. Half a victory point's not worth it. Obviously, I could have gotten a man in space long ago if I hadn't done my whole probe droid scatter. But I'm more worried about the big victory points out there than the little half a victory points along the way. Okay, turns, Earth repairs, astronauts, we're all good there. Advanced time, 69. Bend me, shape me, the American breed. It's okay, John. I'm sure NASA will take you camping next year. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Joe South, games people play. All right. Earth advanced time, produce. Let's check our synthesis. Shuffle it up. Hopefully get a different success than the first one I got, but I'll never know because I didn't buy it off. It is a success. All right. And I did not save enough to buy it off, but that's okay. All right. We do produce a food. Reset to 30. And now start of your missions. Sure don't have. Okay. Now let's send that shuttle up. I want to send the other shuttle up with more stuff too. Ooh. If I buy the ground habitat, that's 15. I don't want to break the ground habitat. But I'm kind of running out of things to send up, but let's see. All right. It'll be 2 shuttle checks to just get this one hydroponics module up there. And then I'm probably confident in sending John up this turn. So let's see how that goes. All right. Food. Hydroponics, space shuttle, 2 large fuel tanks. We've done the math. Let's do our first check. We're on Earth. We're trying to get to suborbital space. Again, it's 6 and 6 is 12. 16, 21 times 3 is 63, which is less than 75. We've got the thrust if we've got it. Okay. We've gone up to 274 viewers. Oh my goodness. Oh, it just says 292. My goodness. Well, hello everyone. If you're joining us recently, we're having fun with leaving Earth. I know I said we would go to 9, but we're going to go a little bit longer than that because I think we'll be able to kind of play it out from here without too much more effort after we get these things tested. Our first shuttle is a success. That is certainly $10 to get rid of that. And we have moved into suborbital space by consuming a large fuel tank. All right, can we get to Earth orbit? And it is a success. We will get rid of that for another $10. Okay. And we are in Earth orbit. The other fuel tank gone away. Space shuttle hydroponics, and there's some food up there. All right. If I send the science module, the food, and John Glenn, and the experiment with this other shuttle, it's 4. I could send one more probe that I need to get up there anyway. Now, what's the risk here? The risk is if that is a major failure, John dies on the space shuttle. I think that's a risk that John is willing to take. I think we need to get going here. I need to keep one of the shuttles up there for John to live on, but I can put him with the hydroponics module to start making more food as well. I can deorbit the other one for re-entry and then use it to send up an Apollo capsule and then some other humans, because John might go a little crazy in space. Let's do it. It is 1969 after all, right? Don't we need to put a human on top of well, space shuttles? A little anachronistic, but let's get humans in space. 1969, and they will start living there. Okay, so this is another. You know, I'm just going to shift this over to my interplanetary. Well, it's not interplanetary, but my space parking lot, and I'm going to have on Earth my probe, John Glenn with an experiment, some food, and a science module. That all is payload mass 5, which I know from my my shortcut here, a shuttle with 2 tanks can take 5. And we've already done that exact same math because it's the same payload we sent out before. So, moment of truth. Our last card here. I do have $10, so I've got $5 to buy this off. And let's go to the close-up cam so we can all see John Glenn's fate at the same time. Now, it's too wobbly if I try and hold it. And flip. Success! Yay! John Glenn lives. Becomes our first human in space. All right, that comes off for free. Shuttles are fully tested, so both tanks come off. And we have, let's see, actually, before that second tank comes off, we do need to see if John Glenn is sick or not. So, as this goes through, because this is the first time we're sending a human through suborbital space. So let's see what it looks like. Ah, roll die per astronaut. On a 1 to 3, he is incapacitated. Now, it's a good thing this space shuttle was automated. We didn't really need a pilot on board. The thrust fired got us up to Earth orbit, but let's see if John is sick. So we have to grab a die. We have to roll a die. We got a 7. 1 to 3 incapacitated, he's not, so John is good. Up in space. All right, and let's just kind of make this all in space now for simplicity, and then I can separate things as needed. And now this isn't the International Space Station yet. It's starting to be built, so yeah, that'll come up next. All right. Apollo's and Juno's back on Earth. Okay, I have $10 left. I am going to deorbit one of my shuttles so that, and John can live on the other shuttle. And check re-entry. So we're just going to deorbit a shuttle and check re-entry. Now there's no way to mitigate re-entry. Nobody helps with that. So let's see if this shuttle is destroyed or not. Nobody's on board, so we're okay there. Success. All right, that's my last $10. I have one more re-entry here. Okay. I think that's all I'm going to do, but we have more things to do now because we have humans in space. Nothing is on Earth to be repaired. Astronauts need to be healthy. He's healthy. They need life support. I have fully tested life support. They need food. I have a food. I will consume that food, but I'll leave it close by. Now they need mental health. Okay, so here's the rules on mental health. If it's too crowded, meaning, is it more than half, or is half okay? I'll look it up faster than the time delay for Joe to tell me. Let's see. Mental health. Maybe I won't look it up faster. Each year, mental health. 25. More than half of the seats are full, so half is okay. I've got a space shuttle with 6 seats. 3 astronauts would be fine. 4 is a problem, it's too crowded. They start to go a little stir crazy. I'm perfectly fine, plenty of seats. However, the other rule is if they're alone. So John is by himself. He might go a little crazy. So we roll a die. If it's a 1, he goes crazy. So don't be a 1. And I dropped the die. And it rolled halfway across the room. Here we go. It is a 5. John is not crazy yet. Now, one thing to point out, we already checked his health. If he went crazy, then he would be incapacitated. We'd flip him over and he's not healthy anymore. However, we have a whole year to get to him or get him home and get him healed. He doesn't die immediately if we roll a 1, which is very nice. A good way to do it. Okay. Mental health, advanced time, 1970. Take off any time tokens. Nobody's headed anywhere yet, but we are now in the 70s. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Singing Spinning Wheel goes to Three Dog Night. Mama told me not to come. All right. So we advance time. We produce. We need to check. We do have a human with a hydroponics module. So let's check our synthesis. I did not save any money for a failure, but these all 5 are successes, right? All right, it is a success. That's our 3rd success. We generated a food up in space. So we're 3 for 3 so far. Okay, we need to start. We need to get the space habitat lifted. We need to get the ground habitat lifted, and then I think we're pretty much good to go. We still need. We have 1 more reentry to test. Space shuttle is fully tested. We're doing good on synthesis. We know 3 out of 5 cards are successes, right? No, we do not know that. We have drawn a success 3 times, but maybe it's the same success and the other 4 are all major failures. That would be a very bad day. But we would eventually find out. All right. Okay. I'm going to use the space shuttle to get the capsule lifted so that John can move over to the capsule. The shuttle can come back down to Earth so that we can then lift the space habitat. We're also going to need a couple of more astronauts here as well. So, okay, we did the produce, reset to 30. Start of your missions. We have a start of your mission. There is a man in Earth orbit. Let me do a close-up on this. Man in Earth orbit at the start of each year. Now this mission is a little special. When you're playing multiplayer, when I grabbed that Venus survey, which by the way still is the only points we have, and we're halfway through the game, I took that mission, no one else can get it. There are duplicate missions out there. The first one to get it gets a little bonus, and then the second one can get it, the other one. When you're playing solo, any duplicates you take out of the mix, so all of my missions are unique. There is always, when in the stations, there's 1 mission for occupation. We got the easiest one, orbital occupation, for half a point. I believe there's lunar occupation, a man on the moon every year. I believe it's orbital, lunar, Mars, and Venus occupations, those 4. Only one of them's in the game, but any number of players can be building up points on this. And so you just, you take, in this case, you take half a point every turn that you have achieved this. It'd be kind of nice if this one just said man in space at the start of each year, because I'm probably going to send our crew out all the way out to Mars and back, and I'm going to stop getting points unless I put somebody else up in Earth orbit to get this half point every turn, which I may do, but we'll see. Okay, but I'm going to put half a point on that card. Next time I'm going to bring it over here because I got a half a point. All right. Okay, we're about there. Let's buy, which one do we want to buy? I want to buy, I want to save this. I'm going to lift that. Save that for that. Well, let me just see what happens. I need to buy 2 large fuel tanks, which is $12, not 8, like I had been saying earlier. Okay, so shuttle, large, lift that Apollo. Don't really have anything else to put up with it. I do need to get an Atlas up there. I need to get 2 Atlases up there for my series mission. If I'm doing, what would a Mercury mission look like? I haven't found life and rest. Oh, I've got a Phobos mission. I need to send a probe over to Phobos as well. Because I need to land on Phobos, right? Yes, Phobos lander. So to do that is going to be Juno and a probe. So let me buy a probe, $2 for a probe. I've got the Juno, so there we go. All right, so space shuttle fuel tank to lift my Apollo, Juno, and probe, mass 5. It's fully tested, so we're good there. We now have this all in space, and now that I have my Apollos up there, I'm going to deorbit 1 shuttle to test reentry. Minor failure. So $5 to get rid of that. Minor failure, the capsule is damaged, but the occupants survive. So the shuttle is damaged, but everyone's healthy. No one was on board, so we're fine. And now that is fully tested. And the only thing I haven't tested fully is synthesis, and I'm not testing it. But it's fine because that shuttle's going to repair for free. This shuttle's going to come back down as well. All right. Is it though? Because these, you know what? I'm going to leave that shuttle up there because I think I need a, I need to just use a Saturn, a 2-stage Saturn to get these 2 up into space. No sense in lifting that shuttle up again, so I'm going to leave the shuttle up in space. Okay. All right, I've got $11, which is not enough to buy either one of these. Oh, I wish I could sell back this Juno for $1 and then buy 2 more large fuel tanks. No, I'm going to buy 2 astronauts. I'm going to hire on a long-term contract, pay them up front for 2 astronauts. Joe is asking, just checking, is Mars still unexplored? Mars is still unexplored. I'm kind of going there and making a go-no-go decision once I get into the atmosphere. Because even if I can't land on Mars, a lot of these missions can be done. Let's see. Does that take out... If I can't land on Mars, that actually does take out all of the human kinds of stuff as well. But, we'll see. If Mars is not landable, that makes this game a whole lot easier, and I win based on Venus and Ceres. We'll see how that goes. Okay, I've got $1 left. We will buy the spare parts that we might need to fix the hydroponics module. All right, Earth repairs, so the shuttle is free. Um, John is healthy. He has life support. He has a food. And then his mental health is a 4, so he is still sane. Advance the time, 71. War. What is it good for? Edwin Starr. The Doors. Riders on the Storm. Okay. I am buying a Saturn and a ground habitat, just so I don't forget to buy it. So that's my, let's see. Oh, I'm jumping ahead. I didn't do that yet. I advanced the time. I produce first. Let's check our food production. Success. Oh, crap. Oh, good. I dropped a card, but it fell face down. I really didn't want to see a failure. You have to be really careful with these cards, because if I had seen a failure, that would give me information I didn't have. But it was face down. Or if it was a success, either of those would have been fine. So I made a food back up in space. All right. I need to be careful. This is what's not in space. This is what is in space. Okay. So that was production, reset to 30. Start of your missions, I get half a point, so I'm going to change my half for a whole point. And then take turns. I took my turns by buying a Saturn and a ground habitat parts. 15 each, that's 30. Okay. Earth repairs. Okay, health, life support, food. Spend the food, and mental check. Oh, it's a 1. John Glenn is not healthy. So I need to get him back down to Earth, or a doctor with a medical supply. I could send up a doctor with a medical supply. I could do that this turn, I think. But we need to remember that. We need to get John healthy. Okay. 71 goes to 72. 71 was a short year. We didn't even let the Doors finish their song. We go to Johnny Nash. I can see clearly now. Who's done? Okay. You need to be real careful. So I advance the time. Produce. Let's check our synthesis module here. 5 cards. Shuffling, and it is this one that I haven't seen yet. That is a success. What are we now? 5 for 5? Clearly, we're good. All right, we do have a food to spare, so and I'm going to send up the spare parts. Okay, so we produced, reset to 30. Start of your missions. John Glenn's in space. Half a point. Actually, does he have to be healthy? Man in Earth orbit at the start of each year. Does the astronaut have to be healthy to get the point? Experiment missions, occupation missions, instead of being anyone with an astronaut in that location. So, he's not feeling very well. He's gone a little stir crazy, but John Glenn is in space, in Earth orbit, so we do get half a victory point for it. All right, let's take turns. Okay, I've got to buy my. I have to buy at least another Saturn, but I do have to buy my space habitat as well. I'm going to buy my space habitat right now because I know I have to. That's 20. And I know I need 2 atlases to get the Ceres. All right, remember our Ceres mission? I might as well buy those 2 right now for the other 10. Okay. So that is all my 30. That's the end of 1972. Earth repairs for free. Astronauts. Oh no, it's not the end of my turn because I did not get John Glenn healthy, so we're just going to bring him back down to Earth on the Apollo capsule. Okay, so Apollo comes back down to Earth with John Glenn on it. Now the end of my turns. Free Earth repairs includes humans getting better. So John Glenn is now feeling better. So I don't have to check health, life support, anything. And I don't make any food this time. I didn't consume any food, but I didn't make any food because the human is not with the hydroponics module. Advanced time, let's go to 73. A very auspicious and important year. The year I was born. By the way, I should be getting on a conference call for BGG Con and events kinds of stuff, but Christine and John and Laney are going to handle it without me here for a little bit. So, because I want to stay here, I'm so close to finishing. I want to finish this out. All right. Okay, so I've bought all my equipment. Now I certainly need thrust, and I need to go to the worksheet to plan this mission. I just need to get these 2 atlases for the Ceres mission. Everything else is in the Mars system. So I don't need to plan that all the way back. But this is a complicated one. First off, I'm going to plan what all do I need to get lifted up into Earth orbit. And then I can figure out how to lift it there. So, all right. I don't know. Do you want me to go back to the close-up as I work through the payload spreadsheet here? Or do you want me to just talk it through? Did you see it earlier? Were you able to make it out, or do you just not care? I'll kind of get this set up here and just see kind of what your thoughts are. Well, I'll go to the close-up, and then you tell me if it's not worth it, and get it back. So I haven't done a whole lot on this page. Let me erase this a little bit here. Okay. The end state is always basically back to Earth orbit, because you can drop down for free. Okay, hold on. Somebody help me out. I just went to 73. I advanced the time. I don't think I reset to 30, right? I have not taken 73 yet. I don't get a start of your mission because John Glenn's not in space. I didn't get food because it's separated. I think I just forgot to move my money back over, but I'm still in 73. Does that sound right to anybody else? All right. I think that's the case. You tell me if it's different. All right, end state. There's a little bit of delay here. I don't know how much delay between the chat and what you see. Okay, Lud says thinks so. All right. So to get to Earth orbit, what do I need in Earth orbit to finish all of this stuff? I need my experiment, and I need a sample. And again, we're assuming this is all going to be successful, that I can land on Mars. I don't need anything back from anywhere else. Phobos, Ceres, Mars Lander, Mars Survey, Orbital Habitat. To be honest, I don't even need to bring my space habitat back. I could send everybody back in the Apollo, but that's cramped. But I don't. The space habitat certainly is not coming back to Earth. So I need the in Earth orbit. I need the experiment, the sample that I don't have yet. So in place of that sample, well, I'll just remember that. And I need humans, which means I need the Apollo capsule. Now, it doesn't have to be the same Apollo capsule that goes out and back. And that's probably what I'll do to save weight. I'll send this Apollo capsule out to Mars and then leave it at Mars, and I can shoot up another capsule here in Earth orbit to meet with. So my payload in Earth orbit is really just 2, because I can dock another capsule to get there. Coming from Earth orbit, I'm coming from the Earth cycler, okay? And that is a difficulty 3, okay? For future live streams, you might try having the close-up camera perpendicular to the cards, either by mounting the camera facing down or by having a little stand to set cards on in front of the camera. That's a great idea. Thanks, Joe. Okay. So I'm on close-up on the worksheet right now. It's kind of hard to read. Again, I don't have a mount for the camera. You know what? Here's what I could do. I could use these boxes here to get a little more, kind of make a stand here and point this down a little bit maybe. Well, all right, that's a little better. Good thing I'm left-handed, right? Okay, so mass of 2 across difficulty 3 is an Atlas, or bunch of Junos, or it could, it could be the shuttle that's pushing everybody around. And in fact, it probably will be. I'm not going to send. My payload is actually the habitat as well. Oh, that space habitat is heavy. I already bought it. I'm rethinking now that maybe I should have done an Alderon. Well, or an Aldrin, sorry, an Aldrin capsule. But it's a high likelihood of getting sick. So the Aldrin, changes it from radiation 2 down to radiation 1, but I'd still be rolling, can't get a 1, 2, or 3 on an 8-sided die, having to do that multiple times. So yeah, I'm sticking with the space habitat. So does the space habitat dock in the cycler? You know what, to save, because there's no time, I don't want my astronauts cramped in an Apollo capsule for multiple time, because they might go crazy and eat each other. But I could send a Vostok, or an Apollo, sorry, over into the cycler when it's time to pick them back up. So, yes. So across that difficulty 3, it's not just the experiment and the sample, it is a Apollo as well. So that's 5. Difficulty 3, 5 is an Atlas. Now that Atlas I can send over as well in the cycler. So to be fair, I don't really need to worry about any of that at all, because I can basically just rendezvous in the cycler with an Atlas, a new Apollo, and grab the humans, the experiment, and the sample, bring it back to Earth that way. Okay, so really I'm worried about how to get to Earth Cycler, which isn't a concern because it's free from Mars Cycler. So how do I get to Mars Cycler? That's really kind of my end destination for a lot of this. Now, in Mars Cycler is going to be the space habitat because it's keeping the astronauts from going crazy and helping with all of that radiation. Which, by the way, there's no radiation once we from the cycler into Earth, so the Apollo is just fine for all that. But in Mars Cycler is certainly the space habitat, the hydroponics module, so that we can make food along the way. We don't need the science module anymore, but we do need the experiment, and we need the sample. So that's 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, because we need a food to eat before we make the food. So 16 minimum. I kind of like the idea of my space habitat just being in the cycler forever until the next time to go back and forth. So if I push the habitat, the hydroponics module, the experiment, the sample, and one spare food, that's risky, that's 16. Now, to get into Mars Cycler, is difficulty 3, kind of no matter what. Okay. Okay, so difficulty 3, let's look at our table. We're probably using shuttles here. That could take 15, which isn't enough. But it's still the way we're moving around. And we're probably using both of our shuttles, so we've got plenty. But if I did an Atlas, so maybe one shuttle, one Atlas. Yeah, that way there'd be a shuttle with the space station, so all we need to send it is a large fuel tank to move it around, thinking, future. I know this game ends in 1986, but, that space station might be good for longer. All right, so if I did a shuttle plus large fuel and one Atlas, that actually gives us payload for the spare part and another food or more, because an Atlas difficulty 3 is a 5 and the shuttle is 15, so that's 20. So let's call it 20 so that we have more to spare. And I might back it back. It's somewhere between 16 to 20. All right. Now that's coming from Mars orbit. So in Mars orbit is the space habitat. Let's do real quick down to Mars and back. Down to Mars is nothing. Getting off of Mars is the Apollo plus, let's see, we have to do the science experiment on Mars, which means we have to send the science module down as well. But we don't have to get the science module off Mars. We can leave it on Mars. So to get off Mars is the Apollo and the experiment and the sample. So that's 5. So this is a separate. It gets a little complicated when you leaving things behind in certain areas and then joining back up with them again. So let's just talk about getting back up to Mars orbit. Is payload 5, difficulty 3, which is an Atlas. So to send down to Mars from Mars orbit is difficulty 0. But we're sending down the Atlas as well, so that's payload 9 across difficulty 0, but it's still not a big deal. But that means I need, in Mars orbit, I need to bring an extra Atlas there. This is a break. Because the Atlas is enough to just lift off, back off everything we need to join up with the group. So now, in Mars orbit this time, on our way there, that's difficulty 0 coming from Earth Cycler. But I now have, in that Mars orbit, I've got 9 plus 9 for the space habitat, plus, and this is actually, I send the Atlas down, I also send the science module down, and the experiment. So, but the experiment is in the 5. So that's built in, but the science module I'm leaving behind. So I'm actually sending down that 5 plus 4 plus the science module's mass 2, so that's 11. All right. So into Mars orbit is that 11 plus 9 for the space habitat plus 4 for the hydroponics module. Science module is already built in. 5 for the ground habitat, which is actually going down with, now it doesn't need spare parts, but with the mechanics. So this going down to Mars is now 16. Okay. 16 going down. I don't need to send the spare parts down. Module. I don't need to send any food down and back. So it's just 9 plus the 4, I think, to get to Mars orbit. Yeah, 9 plus 4 plus, I need at least a food, plus a food, let's call it, and the spare parts. So let's call it 3 more for extras, 2 foods and the spare parts. And then I also need to put into Mars orbit probe. No, I don't need to put a probe because any capsule can survey Phobos. And so my habitat or my space shuttle can survey Phobos for me. But I need to land on Phobos. I need to land on Phobos, and I'm probably not going to just park a shuttle there. So let's put a probe there as well. And that's a separate mission. That's a probe and a Juno, which I kind of already talked about. 1 plus 1. Probe and Juno. So I need to get a total mass of 16, and 9 is 25, and 4, 29, 32, 33, 34 into Mars orbit. And that is a difficulty. Mars orbit from Mars Cycler is difficulty 3. Right. 3 0. Get the 3 in the wrong place. So difficulty 3, get from Mars Cycler. Difficulty 3, 34, is 2 shuttles and a Atlas. So 2 shuttles, 2 large fuel, and 1 Atlas. Okay, that would push payload 5 out of the cycler over to the orbit. Now, I'm trying to remember how this works on the shuttle. Do I count both the shuttle and the large fuel tank as payload? I don't think I count the shuttle as large as payload because of the 15 here for difficulty 3. Because it's carrying itself, consuming the large fuel. So Mars Cycler from Earth Cycler is difficulty 0. But what's my total mass? All right. Hey, Joe, thanks. See Joe's heading out. By the way, for those of you in the chat or watching, Joe Fatula in there is the designer of this game. And it's been great having you in here. I think we're going to make it, assuming Mars doesn't blow up. But this will be recorded for a little bit. We may move it over to YouTube and record it for posterity so we can see how it ends up. But we're getting pretty close. This is kind of our last major calculation to do here. Because we're doing kind of this mission all at once. Okay. So that 34 needs 2 shuttles, 2 large fuels, and an Atlas. So the payload now to get to the Mars Cycler, which is the same as the Earth Cycler. So the shuttles mass 4, and the large fuel mass is 6, so that's 10. So that's 10, 20, and 5, so that's 50, 59. Mass 0, which is good, but to get to Earth from a cycler from Earth orbit is difficulty 3. And it's the same payload of 59. Now, here, how do we push 59 into 3? I don't really want to send more shuttles over. What I think I need to do is a Saturn. A Saturn can do 46. Oh man, putting a Saturn up there. Well, how many... What if I were to just do it... It's 30 for the 2, so with 2 large fuel tanks, the 2 shuttles can do 30. But I need another 30, which would be 6 Atlases, which is getting 24 up to space. or a Saturn, which is only 20 of the space, and the Saturn is plenty. Well, and if I use the Saturn, I have enough to push in this other stuff that I need in there to be in the cycler. It doesn't even have to go over to Mars orbit and cycle back with everybody and get over there. All right. So let's just get a Saturn up into Earth orbit. And then I've got plenty hand to spare. All right. Okay, so 73 was a long planning year, but I think we've got what we need. So that's one Saturn gives us difficulty 3 gives us 46 2/3. To get to 59 is just one more large fuel tank with the shuttle. 15 with a little bit to spare. I really need, what did I say? I need an Atlas. So I've got the Vostok built into all this as well. I just realized I could save a little bit by pulling that Vostok out. That turns that to 31. Save a whole Atlas. All right. Because I don't need the Vostok once I've got to Mars orbit. Let me walk through this again. Mars orbit, difficulty 3, payload 5, an Atlas, and then also send down the science module. So that's the Vostok and the experiment and sample gets us up to Mars orbit from Mars. Difficulty 0, so we're sending down that 5, plus the ground habitat 10. No, actually we're only sending down because we haven't picked up the sample yet, so we're sending down the Vostok, the Atlas, the science module, the experiment. Okay, so Apollo for 3, experiment for 1. Yeah, let's start. This goes down to Mars with an Atlas to push those back up. So that's 13. I don't need to send anything else down. Oh, I do need to send down a food because I need to keep a human there at the start of the year. So that's 14. 14, send that 14 down. All right. And I already figured out how to get out. That goes down to Mars. Mars orbit. It's that 14. Plus 9 plus 4 plus 1 plus 1. Plus, let's see, 10, that's 15 plus 1 food. Or no, that's the spare parts. I don't have the spare parts built into any of this. I do have a food built in there, but I need another food up here. $13, $14, $15, $16, $17 is $31. I can do it on 30 because I don't need to make 2 different food. Yeah, we'll risk it. I think my food is good. So that's just 2 shuttles, 2 large fuel. Which is now 50. So Earth Cycler 3. I need to move 50 across the 3. Which is 4 atlases. 2 shuttles, 2 large fuel, 4 atlases. That's 30, and then 4 atlases for 20. Alright, so I need to get lifted 4 large fuel tanks. I need 4 large fuel, 5 Does this get me all the way back? No, it gets me into Mars orbit. Okay. Oh, let's go back to the overhead cam. Starting to get a little tired. So this was getting this gets no, I'm okay. This is what I need to send out there to get down and back. But that only gets us back up to Mars orbit. I need other thrust to get Mars orbit back to Earth orbit. Because this is one way through the cycler. This doesn't take us both ways through the cycler. Okay. I think I just need to send additional. What did I figure I needed to get from all right. One last time here, we're going to get this all the way. I'm going to send a Vostok and an Atlas over into the Earth cycler to pull out the humans and the experiments and whatever. So all I have to do is get everything to Earth cycler, which means all I have to do is get it to Mars cycler. So Mars cycler, into Mars cycler, I need from Mars orbit, difficulty 3. This is what I did earlier. I need the space habitat, the hydroponics module, 9 plus 4 plus a food, plus 1 plus spare parts, plus an experiment, plus a sample. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17. 17 times difficulty 3 is a shuttle, a large fuel tank, and an Atlas. Okay. So I need to add, now in Mars orbit, I have all of that. I need to push into Mars orbit enough to get down and back and all that. So pushing into Mars orbit is 9 plus 4 plus 2 for the science module, plus the ground habitat is 5, plus the Apollo, plus the experiment, plus spare parts, plus a food, okay, plus an Atlas to go down to Mars, or to come back up from Mars, plus a probe and Juno to go out to Phobos. A probe, yeah, probe and Juno. plus my large fuel plus an Atlas that I'm using to get out. And then I've got my 2 shuttles. Plus 4. Okay. So I need to get all of this into Mars orbit across a difficulty 3. 13, 14, 15, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 30, 132, 42, and 8 is 50. Yeah, because this pushes me back out, and I can for that. So I need all that in Mars orbit. 50 plus difficulty 3 is, and that's from Mars Cycler. That is going to be the 2 large fuel plus 4 Atlas. The Atlas for Phobos. I don't want to forget that. Okay. All right. So Mars Cycler is 0 from Earth Cycler, but my payload, my mass is now 50 was all that, plus 12, and 4 Atlases is 16, so that's 28. So now I'm at 78 from Earth orbit. 78 is difficulty 3. Which is going to be a Saturn, because that's 46 of it, and 30, and so 2 large fuels, and an Atlas. With 30 to 46 is 76, and that's 78. So I need an Atlas. All right, I think I've got everything calculated. Let's start buying and see if it's enough. And hopefully we have enough time. And so I know what I need to get up into Earth orbit. So let me set aside over here what is in space already. All right. I think my food is in space. I consumed one. The other one is already up there in space, though. All right, I'm blocking. It gets to the point of the game where, you know, you start getting excited and so you have to stand up and stretch and kind of look things over. All right. I don't need that Juno lifted. I need. I bought my space habitat, right? I bought everything. Yes, I spent the turns buying stuff, and then I started planning. Okay. I need to buy my 2 more astronauts. And Saturns and large fuel tanks. So let me get a shopping list here. I have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 large fuel tanks I'm going to need. No, that's the wrong piece of paper. I'm only going to need 2, 4, 5 large fuel tanks, which is 60, but unfortunately I can't buy it that way because they're 12 apiece. 1, 2, 3, 7 atlases. I have the Saturn I need lifted. So I've pretty much bought everything. I need the 2 astronauts, and then I need to lift all this stuff. And I think I need Saturns to lift everything. Well, let's see, what's more cost effective to lift? I can lift 15 for $12. I can lift 20 for $15. Alright, well, let me buy what I still need to buy, and then I can figure out lifting. 30. So 5 large fuel tanks. 3 large fuel tanks is 24. So let me buy 3 large fuel tanks, just based on 5s and 24s and whatever. I'm not going to have, since I can't buy, 5 times 6 is, no, 5 times 6 is 30. I can do that. No, they are 6 apiece. Okay. What was I thinking? All right, so 5 large fuel tanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 large fuel tanks is $30, and that's the end of 1973. All right. Let me back up because maybe I want to get my humans up in space, just building up or testing synthesis more and more and more. If I buy the doctors first, and just be earning more points along the way. Keep the humans living in space. So I'm going to spend 20 on, no, I'm going to spend 10 on the astronauts, 15 on another Saturn, and 5 on another Atlas. So let's get a mechanic, Buzz Aldrin, I think. And a medic, Mike Collins. All right. So So that's 30. Now do I want to lift them all up this turn? I got 2 Saturns, I could take up 20, which would put my space habitat up, my experiment, my ground, my Apollo, and then they wouldn't. My spare parts, not the Apollo. Oh, they need to ride on the Apollo because they need to ride in the Apollo. So I have to send the Apollo up, unless I send the shuttle up. Yeah, I'll send the shuttle up with the spare parts, not the Apollo. So they'll ride up in the shuttle. And that's 20. Because that's 9, 1, 5, 5. So 10, 15, 20. All right, 2 Saturns lifts 20 straight up. I have 3 astronauts going through suborbital space. I'm going to roll for the medic first. Ooh. Okay, I may want to buy a medical supply. All right, I'm gonna chance it. They don't have a medical module. All right, I'm chancing it. So Mike Collins. 2, of course, the doctor gets sick. All right, so he's not staying in space. Buzz Aldrin, he is healthy. John Glenn, he is healthy. So they all get up to space with our habitat. But Mike Collins, the doctor, is sick. So I need to deorbit the shuttle with the doctor on board so that he heals. Everybody else is up. They have plenty of room and space now, and they're not alone. So at least John Glenn and Buzz Aldrin are up there working on making food. Okay. Up in space. All right. So, Earth repairs, doctor gets better. Everyone's healthy, have life support. They eat a food. I wish I had $5. I'm not buying that other Atlas I said I bought. I'm saving $5 in case there's a failure now that I'm making food again. No one needs a mental check. We advance time. All right, has anybody seen my sweet Gypsy Rose, Tony Orlando and Dawn? 1974. Rock on, David Essex. Okay. 74. So produce. Let's check synthesis. I know there's a failure in here somewhere. Okay. And there it is, minor failure. So nothing happens. I don't make any food, but nothing's damaged, and I saved $5 to buy it off. Whew, I honestly did not know that was going to happen, but I feel pretty fortunate that it went that way. So they ate their food, but they don't have food. I need to send them food this turn with a doctor as well. All right, produce, reset to 30. Started your missions. They are in space. So 1.5 becomes 2. All right. All right, I need 2 fuel tanks. A food, so 2 fuel tanks is 12. A food and a medical supplies. Right, because they're gonna, maybe they get sick up. No, no. I'm just thinking 2 food, just to be safe. And then 15 for a Saturn. One for a medical supply, just for kicks. But this shuttle and 2 fuel tanks is going to send the Apollo and Mike Collins up. So payload 5, shuttle is all up there. Large fuel. And let's see if he got sick. Please be healthy this time, doctor. A 1. Okay, he comes back down on the Apollo. I can't believe my doctor's the one getting sick. I think at this point, though, I'm going to not bother because I'm fully insulated. I don't need a doctor out on Mars, hopefully. So, Mike, you had your time, but that's it. No more. All right. Everybody else is up in space. I could do it with 2 astronauts just as well. Like keep each other company. They can play bridge or canasta. Okay. So we're not worrying about doctors and medical supplies and this and that and the other. We do have the Apollo to lift and a whole bunch of Atlases. I think we're at the end of 74, though. Mike gets healthy again. These guys eat a food, and they don't have to do a medical check because they're kicking back in the space habitat, and there's 2 space shuttles. They're having drag races up there. Advance the time, go to 75. We might be running out of time here. I need 6 years to get all this back, and I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to buy all the stuff I need to do it. All right. 75. Fire the Ohio players. Okay. I've got everything up in space that I need except the Apollo capsule and all of my lifting such. I've got the probe and the Juno for the Phobos mission. I've got everything else. Okay, so I advance the time, produce. I didn't save $5 this turn. I'm going to pull one of those successes. I do have a spare food in case I don't go. Major failure. Crap. All right, so the module is damaged. There's a major failure. I do have spare parts to repair it, but it's just going to fail again until I get that thing out of there, and I did not save $5. All right. Mix that in. All right, now I've got issues. Now I need to start buying off successes unless I get lucky. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Produce, reset to 30. Start of your missions, 2.5 points. All right. Oh, that's really gonna hurt on the synthesis. Actually, I had that $5. Okay. So I want to buy all those large field things on my last turn just to get ready to go. So for a little while, I'm going to be buying Saturn Atlas combo because that saves $10 to buy off um, the the issues on the synthesis. So Saturn Atlas is 20. Everybody's healthy. They do have a food. Oh, and mechanic repairs. Do I want to repair? I don't want to repair until I pull that thing again. So I think we're going to, yeah, we're going to send Atlases up with the Apollo next turn. They'll be up this turn. They're going to eat their last food, just for the point they'll come back down next turn on the Apollo, because it's a lot easier than sending the shuttle up back and forth. Okay, so I spent my money. They have life support. They eat their food. Mental check. Advance the time. Go to 76. Oh, this is getting dicey. This is getting real dicey time-wise. Okay, I got to bring them down this turn. I could send them back up. Unless we pull it. Okay. So that's food. Advance the time, 76. Produce. Oh, I had to have fixed it to get it to fail again. So I did use the spare parts because it won't, I can't test it if it's broken. So mechanic uses spare parts to repair the hydroponics so that I can check it. That'll give me a major failure. That one is a success, $10 to get to that failure. All right, reset. Okay, oh, and it did make food though, because it was a success. All right, so that's good. So they can stay up there. I just need to get some spare parts up there for the next time it fails. Okay, so another Saturn Atlas. Because I need 7 Atlases. I don't have any Atlases up in space yet. And I need Saturns to lift all this stuff. Okay. 2 Saturns to lift 4 Atlases. And spare parts. Oh. That $1, that one stinking dollar. Medical supplies I'd never needed, that Juno I never used. I actually don't need the spare parts up this turn, but I've got the lifting capacity to do it. Oh, no, I can't afford it. I got to be able to buy off that success if it happens. because I still need to lift 3 more Atlases and the 5 large fuel tanks of 30. Yeah, so it's I'm off by rounding anyway. Okay, 2 Saturns. Get our Atlases up with the Apollo. The Apollo brings our astronauts down so that they don't die. And then I've saved 10. Oh, but I'm not going to test the hydroponics if I don't have astronauts up there. They do have a food. They did make food. So no, we'll just leave that Apollo up there, because as long as it's there, we're good. I just need some spare parts up there, so they can stay up there until we get it to fail. All right. All right, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. You all still with me? It says there's still 288 viewers. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying this. I'm having a lot of fun. We're getting close to the end here. It's going a little longer than I expected it to, but we're trying to do a big thing. All right. With repairs, astronauts have health, have life support, they have food, so they eat their food. Don't need mental health. We advance the time, so we go to 77. We might go into overtime with this, but Lonely Night, Captain and Tennille, 1977. Easy, the Commodores. All right. My screen went black. Let me try and add it again. I don't know what's happened. Audio's still there. All right. I think it was maybe my USB hub unpowered. There we go. Okay. Let's take out that one. Yeah, my unpowered USB hub kind of went on the fritz. All right, it should be back now. Sorry about that. Okay, I just went to 77. We need to produce 3 cards left in here. And that one is a success. So $10. And I'm down to 50-50, or there's actually 2 failures in there. Reset, start of your mission. Okay, turns. So we did produce a food. All right. Okay. Another Saturn and Atlas. And let's see how this goes. Okay, turns with repairs, astronauts help, they eat their food. I think I'm back now, video-wise. Someone just let me know. It looks like it's okay. Eat their food, advance the time, we go to 78. Styx, come sail away. All right, I like that one. All right. So I advance the time. Produce. 50-50. Here we go. Is it the failure, or do we have another success? Or are there two failures? That would be really bad if there's two failures. Major failure. All right. So $5 to get rid, and that's damaged. So it did not make food. So we need to send up some food and spare parts. And hopefully this last one's a success. It'll really kill me if it's not. All right. Now we reset. They are up in space, so we do get a point. We're up to 3.5 points now. All right. I need to buy spare parts for sure. And that's $1. Unfortunately, I had $5 left over last turn. I could not use that $5 to buy this one spare part. It'd be nice to house rule to sell back a Juno rocket or a medical supply or something if you're just off by one, because this is going to throw off my math of buying Saturns and Atlases and such. I need a Saturn, because I need a Saturn up in space, and I need 2 Saturns to lift that Saturn into space. I got to get that spare part up this turn. I got to get food up there. $5 for another Atlas, and that would be, that's my 6th Atlas. My calculations tell me I need 7. I'm not going to go back through them anymore. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I got to do it. I got to take the risk. I got to count that last one. I pulled enough successes that last one's a success. I can't afford to keep money back this turn. Otherwise, I'm already probably out of time or close to it. $5 for my last Atlas, and then $4 for spare food. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what, just in case, one of those is not food, it's spare parts. Okay. And I have to send all that up this turn. So 2 Saturns are going to lift 3 Atlases, 2 spare parts, 3 foods. Medical supplies is useless without a doctor, and I can't send a doctor because none of these are a capsule. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 12 is 17. Still under 2 Saturns. 2 Saturns next turn to buy the other Saturn I need. Ooh, it's close. It is close. Okay, everything's up there. Buzz uses a spare parts to repair our hydroponics module. All right. Spent all our money. Nothing on Earth. Astronauts are still healthy. I sent them food. We advance the time. Go to 79. Le Freak. Chic. Okay, advance the time. Produce. Please, please, please. Here it comes down to. Let's go into for the close-up. And success. Yes. If that was a failure, I think our game was over. I think we've got it now. Now it's plug and chug, assuming I did my math right, which you never know. If I forgot something, this is all going to fall apart. And it's late enough now, I'm not going to try and recalculate anything to double check, but I think we'll see what happens. All right, so we made some more food. We don't need that much food anymore, but we're okay. All right, and everything is fully tested. Okay, that was producing, reset to 30. We have astronauts in space. We're up at 4 points. But that's about all we're going to get from there because they're headed out of town. Actually, they're going to stay there this turn. They're leaving next turn. Because this turn is buying 2 Saturns. Actually, no, they're leaving this turn. Those 2 Saturns push up a Saturn. If my calculations are correct, I have the Saturn. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Atlases. Oh no. Next turn, I need to push up all the fuel tanks. Okay, yeah, we've run out of time. I haven't bought the fuel tanks yet. Haven't bought the fuel tanks yet. Oh, and it's going to take me to push up 5 fuel tanks is more than 2 more Saturns. It's 2 Saturns and 2 fuel tanks. No, 4 fuel tanks. All right, so we're going to go overtime. We're actually going to get some of these missions before the clock runs out. Let's see how many missions we get before the clock runs out. We may still win the game, and then we will have set up the end of the game. We're not going to make it back from Mars, but we'll do the math by 86. All right, because I have to get 5 fuel tanks up, which is mass 30, and that's 2 Saturns is 20, 2 shuttles can do 5 each, so that's the other 10. But those 2 shuttles need 4 fuel tanks to do it. So, I didn't reset my money. No, yeah, I did. Because I'm in 79. I pushed the Saturn up. Okay, so it's the end of 79. Astronauts eat a food. And from here on out, they're going to eat a food, get a food. So as long as I have a food, we're fine, because everything's fully tested. Okay, so I advance the time to 80. And at this point, I'm not going to worry about astronauts' mental health, food, and production because everything's fully tested. And I'm just going to go reset. They are still here in space, so it is another half a point. And then I don't mean in space, I mean in Earth orbit. Okay. And so I need to buy, I'll buy my 2 Saturns. Okay, that's the end of 80. We go to 81. Sorry, Dr. Hook. Sexy eyes just didn't last long. Endless Love, Diana Ross. 81. Okay. 30 is 5 large fuel tanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's the end of 81. Point. That's the point for the start of any one. Now let's go to 82. Start of 82, I get a half a point. Oh, sorry, we're still on the close-up. Sorry about that, guys. I got distracted. We've been on the close-up for a while. Oh, sorry. Okay. Now I need to buy 4 large fuel tanks to help lift these fuel tanks. So that's 24. And deorbit those shuttles. And with my remaining 6, I will buy a Atlas. And I don't really need anything else. So I'm going to deorbit one of these probes as well. No, I need it up there, but I'm going to separate it out for Mercury if I go to Mercury. I've got my probe for both. No, one of these is Ceres, the other one is Phobos. Okay. So 5 for that Atlas. I'm not going to bother about the dollar. I'm just moving forward here on things I know I need. Okay, so 2 shuttles, 4 fuel tanks, 2 Saturns should be able to lift 5 fuel tanks. Let's do the math. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fuel tanks times 6 is 56, 60, 64, 84, 104. So this is, well, let's start with our space station going here. Okay, so that's 84 times 104 times 3 is 312. 1 Saturn is 200 plus 2 large fuel tanks for the 2 different shuttles is 150. That's 350, which is more than 312. So a Saturn and 2 fuel tanks consumed to give us 350 thrust, lifting the calculation of 312. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 6 is 42, 62, and 8 is 70. 70 times 5 is 350, right? Which just happens to be exactly 200 plus 75 plus 75. So 2 more large fuel tanks. Our calculations worked out perfectly. I love it when a plan comes together. All right. So now we have the 2 shuttles and the large fuel tanks all up in space. All right. So let's make our great big rocket here. We've got Saturn in space. We've got large fuel tanks, Atlases. We've got habitats, experiment hydroponics module. and food. And this is basically going to be our generic payload for a while, 10, 20. We've got our astronauts. They've got to come along, for sure. All right, and our Apollo is up there. This is all Earth stuff over here. I'm going to put up here. This is NASA. Okay. The Apollo capsule has astronauts in it. Our Juno probe for the Phobos mission is coming along for the ride with us. Oh, we need a science module as well. And this probe and these Junos are over here at the parking lot, along with our spare parts and extra food. All right. So, here we go. It's time to start. Let's get over into the cycler. Still at the end of 82. We have a buck left. All right. 2 shuttles. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 large fuel tanks. Generic payload down here. And what did we say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 atlases. Okay. 5 times 6 is 30. 7 atlases times 4 is 21. So we're at 51, 71. 2 shuttles makes 79. Apollo capsule makes 82, 83, 84. And our generic payload, 10, 22, 84 plus 22, is it 84? I could have written this down. 30, 51, 71, 79, 82, 84, and 22 is 86, 106. 106 across difficulty 3 is 318. That is a Saturn and 2 large fuel tanks. Okay, I actually had an Atlas in there because I was bringing spare parts and extra food and all that as well, but don't really think we need to. Let me just make sure we've got everything we need for the trip here. That's that. That gets us down and back. We've got the experiment. We've got the science module. We've got our food. Everything's fully tested, so we don't really need that spare food anymore. All right. So 2 large fuel tanks gives us 150 and 200. That's 350 is more than 318. We are in the Earth cycler. In 3 years. Okay. Let's finish out the year. Okay. So, advanced time, 33. We don't get our bonus points anymore because we don't have any humans in Earth orbit. And I'm not going to worry about those points anymore. So advance the time, a time token comes off. And we change to 83. Chariots of Fire. now becomes, it might be you. Theme from the movie something or other. Theme from the movie Tootsie, Stephen Bishop. All right, nothing's going on here with our grand adventure space station because it's still taking 2 years to get there. Normally we would have to be rolling for, well, when we got here immediately, and then it went to Mars Cycler in 3 years. And we'd have to roll for radiation, but we have a space module that is fully shielded, so we did not have to roll to see if our astronauts got sick. All right, yeah, just to recap, there was no time from Earth Cycler or from Earth orbit to Earth Cycler. There is a time in parentheses, which means it allows you to use ion thrusters if you want to, but we're not using ion thrusters. They generate thrust per year, but we haven't used those at all in this game. So there's no time here to Earth Cycler. We moved to Mars Cycler in 3 years. All right, now it's 2 years away. I do need to make sure and plan. Well, I'm not going to have time to do it, to time getting the stuff out of Earth Cycler, but let's get to Ceres. Reset our money here, and that should be pretty easy. We've got a probe in space. We just need to send up an Atlas and an Atlas. So two Saturns, because one Saturn can do one Atlas. Two Saturns can do a whole lot more than two Atlases, but I've got 30, so I'm just going to spend it on two Saturns to get those Atlases up there. And maybe I'll use some extra payload to maybe plan a Mercury mission as well. So that's $30 there spent on the two Saturns. We go to the end of the year. Advance the time, that comes off, that comes up, and we go to 84. Down to the home stretch. If you're still with me, thanks for being here. 286 viewers. I think a lot of people just left their computer on and went to bed. I hope you're enjoying it. A little bit of feedback in the chat. Let me know if you have any questions as this goes on, or if you catch something I totally screwed up, or if you want to know anything about BGG-Con, BGG Spring, or BGG at Sea, the cruise. Okay, 1984. Head over heels, the Go-Go's. All right, so we're in 84. I've got my two Saturns. I need to get an Atlas for sure up to space for the Ceres mission. So now I'm good on Ceres. I've already got the probe there. Let's plan a Mercury mission real quick. All we have to do is take a picture of it, potentially for Extra Life Survey. We normally, when a mission is unachievable, you just flip it over, take it out of the game. So this Extra Life Survey, I need to find life in the solar system, or I need to prove it's not there. So I need to take a picture of everything I can take a picture of, or if I find life first, then I get it. Of course, if I do find life, then there's that 40 points that I have no chance at getting. That might cause me a problem. So if I were just going for a majority win, I might choose not to find life so that I don't have to go get it. Of course, I'm going to have enough points that I'll still have more than the 40 left on the board anyway. All right, to take a picture of Mercury, we simply need to get to Mercury flyby. Because there is a maneuver on the Mercury flyby card with the Mercury location hazard on it. So Mercury flyby is a difficulty 5. This is hard to see, but it's actually an interplanetary transfer Mercury flyby right here. 5 to get there. So difficulty 5, and all I need is a probe, so payload 1. That is, wouldn't you know it, that's an Atlas. One Atlas. And that is from IPT. To get into IPT is difficulty 3, and it's a payload of 1 for the probe, 4 for the Atlas is 5. Difficulty 3, payload 5 is another Atlas. Hey, it's that same pattern we had. Earth to suborbital, suborbital to Earth is a 3 and then a 5. Getting out to Ceres is a 3 and then a 5. Getting out to Mercury is the same thing, a 3 and then a 5. So it's another Atlas. So I need a probe and 2 more Atlases. So there's the 2 Atlases for my Mercury mission. And I don't have a spare probe or capsule. It could be either one, a spare probe or capsule. So I do need to spend $2 on the probe, which is the cheapest way to survey anything. Now I need to lift 16, 17. And I have $5. I'm not going to buy the probe. I'm going to save the 2 so that I have 15 to buy a Saturn this turn. I mean, it's really, I'm going to have change left over next turn instead of this turn. It's the same either way. But I'll be able to launch all that next turn. Okay, so end of 84. Let's go to 85. Take a time off. We are now in the Mars Cycler. Things are going to happen. Easy Lover. Phil Bailey, Phil Collins. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights in 85. All right. Okay. Let's take care of first things first, the most important thing, our big business here in Mars. Actually, no, I can do the simple, easy stuff first on these other side missions. So I need $2 for the probe. I need 15 for a Saturn. Okay, and then I'm launching my Saturn, or my probe, Atlas, and then 2 extra Atlases match up with the other probe, so that's 16, 17, 2 Saturns does that. This 20 2-stage. And so now I make Atlas, probe, Atlas, probe for Ceres and for Mercury. So let's get that's my Ceres probe, and here is my, sorry, it's off to the side here, I'll try to get my head out of the way. This is my Mercury probe, deep inner space probe. Okay, so 9 across 3 to get to ITP is 27. Atlas does 27 perfectly. Need IPT, and then again, get to IPT. Now those both take a year. All right. Now, before I end my turn, if I don't do anything to this spacecraft, it's going to come right back to the Earth cycle. So I certainly don't want that to happen. I need actually all of this out in here. So it's 2 7s. So lift it early. Okay, so I have, what do I have remaining? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Atlases. And so that's still 42. I've got 3 large fuel tanks times 6 is 18. And 42 is 50, 60. 68 and 22 is 90. 95 times 3 is 285. So 285, and my plan for that was 285. Too large fuel. But I'm carrying a whole bunch of extra atlases for some reason. Yeah, because I did the last one with the, hold on, wrong piece of paper. Wrong piece of paper. So, don't need that one. Don't confuse me, don't need that one. Okay. Here we go. 2 and 4 atlases. So that's 2 large fuel tanks is 150, and 4 atlases, 1, 2, 3, 4, is actually 4 times 27 is 108, and 150 is 258, which is not the 285 that I needed. There's actually an extra atlas hanging out here that I didn't use earlier. So I'm going to pull that out of the equation and hopefully things fix themselves. I can separate here in the recycler. So that is going to be this spacecraft here, which is separated out of your recycler, which means when it's all said and done, actually, I'm going to join back up with this, and this will be the atlas I need to push out of here. Maybe I'm good. Anyway, at the end of this turn, it's going to come, but I think I don't have any more time here. Everything's coming back this turn as well. Okay, so now what do I have? I've still got the 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4 is 24, plus 18 is 42, plus 8 is 50, plus 22 is 72, 75, 76, 77, times 3. 77 times 3 is 77 times 3 is 231. I've got a calculator right here next to me. I don't have to do everything in my head. I'm starting to get tired. Yes, 231. All right, now I'm got plenty of, because now the 2 large fuel tanks gives me 150, and 4 atlases gives me 108, so that's 258. Could I actually do it with 3 atlases? 231 minus 150 is 81. That's exactly 3 atlases. So I only need 3 atlases. I've got a spare atlas out there. And again, a lot of this is because I had built in some extra food and the spare parts that I ended up not needing because synthesis broke on me a couple times. But I was able to push everything in. It wasn't overweight. And I've got a spare atlas now into Mars orbit. Okay, let's do a couple of things here. Let's separate out our Juno, our Phobos probe, our Phobos lander, actually. And so that's difficulty 1, 2, 1 times 2 is 2, 4 is more than that. Juno burns up, our probe goes over and lands on Phobos. Now I have not taken a picture of it ahead of time, which I will back up and I will do that. I'll do that with one of my shuttles, because shuttles are capsules, they can take pictures. The space module, Space Habitat can take pictures. I've got a Apollo capsule on board that can take pictures, or this probe itself can take pictures. So let's just look at Phobos. In case there's a feature, I want to be able to get it. Okay, explore until 1 feature present. So now I'm landing this probe on Phobos, and here's how features work. Two ways to get a feature: land a spacecraft on a revealed location, you get one feature. Or if you have a rover, which I didn't do rover tech, but if you have a rover that successfully passes its test, it can, and it is the only component of the spacecraft, so rover by itself, it can get a feature. If there's a pilot anywhere on the card, the rover can look at two feature cards and keep one of them. But I'm just going to take one feature here. All right. Local conditions, rubble. Nothing interesting discovered. So a feature, there's not really anything interesting there, just a bunch of rock. The features all have a letter code. You can look in the back of the manual here and it'll tell you what may or may not happen from the feature. This one is basically a null, nothing interesting. What is important is that that feature now describes Phobos and it consumes the feature slot. The card says explore until one feature present. Let's switch to close-up really quick and show that to you. There you go. Explore until one feature present. Nothing interesting discovered. There are other feature cards that don't stay there. It might be victory points, which if it were, I would take it and keep the card. And then the feature slot is still open for someone else to explore another feature card. So they all have very interesting things happening. Okay, but I've successfully landed on Phobos. The probe was not damaged in landing. So I got 6 more points. We're cooking now. All right. That's Phobos. Okay, let's go land on Mars. Let's take a picture of Mars first. So let's survey Mars. Again, we have plenty of capsules up here that can do it. And honestly, this probe is on this card here, and this is here. Oh, there we go. Okay, Mars is very interesting. Mars has a CO2 atmosphere and explore until 3 features are present. So this is one where if I had more time, I might actually, get rover tech, send a rover out there to go collect all these features. I will get one of them as I land on there, but I'd have to land again to get another one, a different spacecraft, or lift off and land the same spacecraft. Actually, I'm going to go back and just put this probe out here on Phobos. It's going to stay there for the rest of the game, and it's just a probe. I need this spacecraft for my Mars lander. So let's separate out what all is landing on Mars. Okay, the CO2 atmosphere is interesting because I could actually, if I had a fuel generator down there, it would produce fuel with a CO2 atmosphere present. That's what the fuel generator does. So I could create the fuel I need to lift off, a la the Martian. That's what the MAVs were doing while they were waiting for the rest of the astronauts to show up. Great book, by the way. Pretty good movie. Amazing book. All right, let's land on Mars. So I need a capsule to do it because I don't have the I do have re-entry and landing. So and we need our astronauts because they need to make the ground habitat. So capsule, astronauts, ground habitat. They need the experiment because they need to perform an experiment on Mars. The rest of, let's see, The science module, the hydroponics module is going to stay up there, so I do need to send them down with a food. Okay. Which means, because there's not going to be a food waiting for them up on board unless I leave somebody on board. Oh, they're coming back. They're not. Oh, they are. They are staying a year down there. Okay. So I have to leave John Glenn. No, we'll leave Buzz Aldrin. John Glenn gets to go to Mars. Buzz has to stay up and turn the crank for the food. I could retcon this a little bit. I had excess capacity all along the way, except for one of my maneuvers where I do have an extra Atlas here, so I could have brought an extra food along with me, but I don't want to do that. I'll just leave it this way. So Buzz will be up there to grow the food while John spends a year down on Mars. So I'm sending, oh no, I can't do that because there's only one food and it won't feed both of them. Okay. Yep, I got to do it. I brought along an extra food because I can't afford to bring the hydroponics module down with me. Well, actually, no, because it's 4. I do have an extra Atlas, but that's... actually, you know what? I bet I do. Thank goodness for extra Atlas, right? I'm going to bring the hydroponics module down with me. I have to bring the science module down with me. And I'm going to send 2 Atlases down. Okay. Hopefully this is enough. And Buzz and John are down together. So they all come down. It's a difficulty 0 maneuver. You just have to have landing and aero braking. And we land on Mars, which means we get to explore a feature. And there is a pilot on board, so I get to look at 2 features. Keep one and put the other one on the bottom. Oh, interesting. So, changing methane levels in atmosphere from an unknown source, that's worth 2 victory points because it's a very interesting feature. Or a salty liquid water observed flowing on Martian surface. Liquid water, that's worth 4 victory points. So I'm going to keep that 4 victory points. The 2 goes to the bottom of the deck, and this is a case where it did not consume one of the features present. So there's a lot of interesting things to do on Mars. We could keep, get a rover and keep exploring, getting more features. But 4 more victory points for us. All right, that's significant. Okay, we surveyed Mars. We have landed on Mars. We have a working probe or capsule on Mars. Okay, there is a working habitat in Mars orbit. Our space habitat is in Mars orbit. Let's go out and collect a sample real quick. So we do have a sample here. To collect a sample, you need a working probe or capsule, or a astronaut, but an astronaut needs a seat, so he needs a capsule as well. And so we've added that to the mission here. Okay. I think that's all the points we can get this turn. And we're going to leave him there. I'm not spending any more money at this time because I've already got all my spacecraft out doing what they need to be doing. So these guys are going to spend the year here, which means our Mars Cycler does come back. So I'm not going to be able to use that Atlas to get out of orbit, but that's going to be after a time anyway. All right, finishing it out, finishing strong here. So I'm not worried about money. End of the year. So our astronauts, I sent them down with the food, right? Well, I sent them down with a hydroponics module, and I've had a food along the way. I better do this. I don't know where that food ended up. Or if I just said I wasn't worrying about it anymore. But there is a food with them. I do have to worry about it for mass reasons. Let's make sure I'm okay. All right. I believe we can do the science at any time. So the experiment can be completed. We have an astronaut at a science module, because we sent that down to Mars. So we can now flip it over, and the experiment is finished. I don't think we have to wait to start a turn for that. I will note, if you're playing with outer planets, there's another astronaut type called a scientist, and it has to be a scientist to complete an experiment. But if you don't have outer planets, you don't have scientists in the game, and so any astronaut can complete it at a science module. All right, so we completed our experiment. Now we have to get it back to Earth to get those points, which we're not going to do, at least within the time frame, but it will be on autopilot. Okay, collected our sample, end of the year. So advanced time, little wham, everything she wants. And the final station, 1986. Patti LaBelle featuring Michael McDonald, On My Own. Okay, well, that came off when we went to 86. These both came off when we went to 86. Now let's take care of our little stuff here. We're going to series in a year and spending an Atlas. So 5 times 5 is 25, 27 gets us there. Our probe will land on Ceres next year. So we didn't get those points. We are going to Mercury flyby. So 5 times 5 is 25, 27 gets us there in a year. We'll take a picture of Mercury in a year. So we don't know if there's life in the solar system. The possibility of life on Mercury, I don't know, I didn't design the game. I'm pretty sure I haven't looked at every card with this new set in this expansion, but doubtful, shall we say. It's pretty toasty there near the sun. So there's probably no life in this solar system other than Earth. Unless we find, actually we could find it on a feature, but we'll see. Okay, so those, we're running out the clock there. That's happening. All right, so now let's get off Earth, because start of year, man on Mars at start of year. So Mars Station is ours. Working habitat on Mars. So here at the start of the turn, during the production phase, when we produced our food, we actually flipped this ground habitat over, and it's a habitat. By the way, I do need to, the habitat wasn't built, so at the end of last turn, I do need to do a mental check for these 2 astronauts. They had life support, they had health. The habitat wasn't built yet, so they were cramped in the capsule for a year while the habitat was getting built. And there's only 3 seats on the capsule, and so 2 of them is more than half. So rolling for Buzz. He is healthy, rolled a 3. John Glenn, anything but a 1. He got a 2, so they're both They did not go crazy. All right. Now the habitat is interesting. Once it is built, it has infinite mass. It cannot move, but it has room for 20 astronauts, and it is fully shielded. There are places where you have to do radiation checks every year that you're in a location. But we have, happily, we have a habitat. So we have a working habitat on Mars. Okay. We don't really want to leave anybody behind, but it's there ready. We got to get the rest of this stuff back. So let's set it up for finishing out the game. Let's lift off of Mars, put our 2 astronauts in the Apollo capsule with the sample and the experiment and the food and the hydroponics module. We're leaving behind the science module, 2 Atlas rockets. So 4, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18 times 3 is 54, and 2 Atlases is 54. So we get them back up to our space habitats. Okay. Now the space habitat needs to thrust on its way out of here. And we've only got an Atlas and 1 large fuel tank. And it's difficulty 3, so I can divide by 3. 9 and 25 is 34. I can only take 34 mass to do that. So I don't know if I'm using this other shuttle, taking it with me or not. But I do need to use all of this. So we're up to 12 and 9 is 21. 25. 26, 27, 28, 31. What did I say? I could take 34, so I have to leave this shuttle behind. There's a shuttle here in Mars orbit. But let's just do this again forward, make sure we got it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 10. Oh, it's actually worse than that because that's 6, not 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 14, 23, and 6, not 4 is 29, and 4 is 33. 33 times 3 is 93, or 99, sorry. 75 plus 27 is 102, so that's exactly enough to get us into the Mars Cycler, which will put us in the Earth Cycler in 3 years. Okay. We've got our sample, we've got our experiment, we've had a man on Mars and back. All we need to do is time it in a couple of years, get an Atlas over here to meet up with our big spacecraft, to pull the 2 astronauts, the experiments, the sample with the capsule out of the cycler and drop it back down to Earth. That Atlas was consumed, that fuel tank was consumed. Unfortunately, there's already, even though there's already an Atlas or a Atlas in the cycler. Sorry, I didn't realize you can see that. We can't use it because the time is off. They'll never sync up 2 years, 3 years. But I can easily fly one over in the right year to pull it back out again. That would get us the last of the missions, but time has run out. So, I think we still did okay. Let's count up our points. As long as our points are more than the points left on the board, and this 40 points doesn't count because the 40 points isn't available until the 10 points of the life survey is done. So we've got 10, 20, 40, 61, and 19, 70, 80, 81 and a half points against 10, 30 is 40, 64, 72. We just were victorious. 81 and a half versus 72, is that what I said it was? We won. So, and we have everything lined up. Next year we have 8 more points. Nothing's going to stop that. We land on series. And in 2 more years, or 3 more years, we've got the rest of the Mars missions. Everything except life. And we do have a spacecraft on the way to Mercury to take a picture. And just for kicks, there are valuable mineral samples on Earth, but no life itself. So that 10 would go away. So we will have resolved every mission in this super hard game. And I want to see what our series feature would have been. Oh, nothing interesting. Okay. But we did well. Thanks everyone for being here. Well, 5 hours, a little longer than I expected, but I had fun. I hope you did as well. Any comments or questions or thoughts? It was, yeah, as Elizabeth says, it was a little bit of a bumpy road. The synthesis was not friendly to us. It was just my fault that turn, not saving the $5 like I said I would. That put us back a couple of years. We might have been able to do it with all of the Mars missions in the meantime. And but you know, sometimes that's the way it goes. I really like this game. I'm going to play all different kinds of solo games on this feed. Give me some feedback. There's a couple of threads on Board Game Geek that I put about playing this. One in the game forums for Leaving Earth and Leaving Earth Stations. I put a thread out in the general podcast area. That's probably the best place to comment. One over in the solo player guild, or the one player guild, since this is a solo thing. But if you have any comments, any feedback, let me know if you enjoyed it. We'll work some things out with the tech, and other than that, it's been enjoyable spending the evening with you all. Hope you got as much out of it, or you probably didn't get as much as I did, but I hope you got something anyway. Thanks, and have a good night.